I'm the first one here. Hello, nobody. But hello, soon-to-be friends that are going to be joining. I'm just gonna make the lighting look fantastic and make the shelf behind me look like it's straight. Oops, until I tap on it. There we go. And let's set chats to be on. There we go. I think that's good. Hello. Hello, friends. Oops. It's just so like me to like kick my ring light. Hold on, let's see if I can straighten that out again. There we go. I think that's okay. Hey! I actually think, so you guys are gonna, my members know that when I'm doing a live stream, I have to get like up close and personal to actually see the comments. So I'm gonna have to like lean in, everybody. Just a heads up. Or I'm gonna have to turn maybe the lighting down a little bit. Good, so is that Laura? Hey Laura, I'm glad you were able to make it. Hey, oh my goodness, Saira, it's so good to see you. Thank you so much. Hey Cindy. Oh my God, you are in Australia and I cannot even think about what time it is. So you're a rock star for being up and joining me on my birthday. Thank you. Hey Natalie. Oh my God, Jenna, I'm glad that you made it. Did you tell your boss you had to leave early today? I have to know like what transpired that you're joining us today and you're joining us right now. But thank you for the compliment. In addition to putting on a fancy, beautiful gray sweater, I also am wearing jeans today. I know it's wild because I can't remember the last time I was out of my joggers or I was out of my leggings. So I'm like, I'm going all out today. I'm like Miss Fancy Pantsies. I am so fancy. And guys, as promised, I also have the drink I was telling my members about in the live stream earlier in the week. I have my fancy pantsy drink. Also, non-alcoholic, far from a basic bitch. It's not just seltzer. I got some goodies in here. So I'm going to tell you what it is, and then if you guys want to make it and try it out. Oh, thank you so much, Laura. Thank you. I appreciate the I don't know if that's a super chat or a super thanks, but thank you for the birthday wish. So this is a Target glass. I don't do fancy. Except apparently on my birthday when I put jeans on. I really am not a fancy person. But the cool thing about this is not just that it's a Target glass, but you know in the front section, it's called I think it's called the boomerang section. It's like the front where they have the seasonal items and things are like $1 or $3 or $5. I got a 4 set of glasses. My fancy pantsy Target glasses. They even have a pretty gold rim. I got 4 of them for $5. I mean, if that's not winning, I don't know what is. So Jenna said, nah, I just don't start work until tomorrow. I'm glad that you made it though. The holidays, I like how you wrote that, Jenna. Messed up my thinking schedule, if that makes sense. Happens every year. I know what day it is, meow. Beth, thank you so much. Oh my God. Thank you for even commenting on, so Beth has been paying attention, clearly, because I see you were watching you're part of the replay crew watching the live stream where you heard what my name is. So that's awesome. Thank you. So this is my new preferred drink of choice. Alcohol free, because as many of you probably know, since about, I want to say 2020, I have not had any wine. And I was not like a big drinker, but I was what you would call a social drinker. So, you know, I'd like go out with my friends, I'd have a glass of wine with dinner, no longer. So I have been strictly drinking water for over 3 years now. Hey, Deborah. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for joining today, Deborah. I'm so glad that you were able to make it. So I'm telling everybody, everyone who's joining new, I'm telling everybody about my fancy pantsy new drink that I just discovered that I'm kind of crushing on. So it's tart cherry. I would say maybe about quarter of a glass tart cherry. Then you do some coconut water on top of it. It's a splash of Himalayan pink salt, a squeeze of lime, and then honey. Now here's the thing. Apparently I buy clumpy honey because I can't stick honey in it, because when I put the honey in and I stir it up, the honey sticks to the spoon. So it's without honey, and apparently if you drink it with ice, it feels extra fancy. It's freezing outside, so I'm not drinking my fancy drink with ice, but it's fancy and it's delicious. And apparently it remineralizes your body as well, because you got the salt, you got the coconut water, and you got a little bit of juice in there. So it's delicious. So cheers to you all. It is dreamy, by the way. Hold on, I'm gonna catch up on the messages. I saw sounds dreamy, so I wanted to just comment and say it is dreamy. Okay, so Mia, I'm so glad that you were able to make it. Thank you for joining my birthday bash celebration. Mia is saying happy birthday. I'm glad that you're just stopping in. You don't even need to say anything. Like, self-care, sleep is self-care, so please go take care of yourself. But I'm really, really glad that you made it. Thank you, Mia. And yes, our kids definitely run our life. That's relatable. Yes, Jenna, it is so dreamy. Hey, Ashley. I'm so glad that you made it. Thank you, Ashley, my fellow West Coast girlfriend. Deborah saying happy birthday and many more. Hope you make wonderful new memories. Cheers. Yes, cheers. With my fancy drink and my fancy Target glass. Thank you, Ashley. Hey, Ray. Thank you so much for joining in the birthday festivities. Thank you for joining. Cheers from me and my fancy pantsy drink. And you all, Ashley is you're a makeup artist, right? So if you're saying my makeup looks good, that's a big compliment. Thank you for saying so. Kiss and a hug sent to Mia, who's, I don't know where you are, but it's midnight, so please go to sleep, Mia. I'm definitely going to encourage sleep. Because, guys, I did not get a good night's sleep last night. I don't know what was going on, but I think it's like all of the, so many different like energies are coming in right now, because so many planets just turned direct, and Mercury is going direct, and what is it? Ashley is also an astrologer, right? Something is going direct today also. Oh, or I think maybe there's like a Kazemi today. I don't even know. It's like a full-time job to keep up. It's a full-time job to keep up with like what's going on astrologically in the sky, and that's not my full-time job. My full-time job is like reading energy, not reading the energy of the stars. That's like, you know, I like to tinker in it. It's not like my full-time job. Mia is in Atlanta. Oh, it's 3 p.m. there. Okay, cool. Jenna, this is the first morning I've woken up refreshed and happy in weeks. You know, could you send me some of those vibes? Because, no, just no. Mm-mm. And when my son decided to wake up before 6 this morning, and you know what that means. It means that I was up before 6 this morning. But I did do some of my high vibe routines that I knew were going to set me up for having a great day. I made sure that I worked out today after he got picked up for school. I got in some water because that's always going to kind of get me into the vibes. And then I was listening, I put on my favorite tracks while I was doing my makeup this morning. And I made, in my fancy glasses, I made my fancy new drink. So it's just all positive vibes this morning. Even though I'm definitely not like, I'm not as refreshed as you, Miss Ashley, but I'm happy that you are. Deborah said, the animals around have not been normal for 4 days now. Something is going on. I think there's a lot of like momentum now. And here's the interesting thing, even though I'm rather, hey Belladonna, thank you so much. Thank you for joining and saying happy birthday. Even though I'm very skeptical of like this idea of it being a so-called like New Year's, right? So when people say Happy New Year's, I'll say typically like Happy 2024, because it's not really New Year's. New Year's really starts in the spring. Hey Jamara, thank you so much, honey. Thank you for joining today, and thank you for your compliments. So it's not really New Year's, but here's the interesting thing. I remember laying in bed after so-called like New Year's started on January 1st after midnight, and I was laying in bed and I could feel the energy changing nonetheless. So I think, you know, like I'm always talking about like what's the energetic blueprints. So if you think about it, when they changed the calendar to the Gregorian calendar, it's when they also changed the idea of when so-called New Year's is. And it was moved back from the springtime to January 1st. But there is, in the energy of it being so-called New Year's, the energetic blueprint in it is a period of time in which there's a sensation of forward movement, even if it is in the dead of winter. There is this concept of newness and freshness that's in the air. So I think that knowing that, even if you're like me and you kind of are skeptical about the idea of it being New Year's, because it's in theory not, there is positive momentum that we can still tap into and we can still utilize. I'm just not sure that it's kind of like a momentum that I would want to start something new, a la something like a New Year's resolution. Because New Year's resolutions, by and large, fail because it's really not like a supportive time to start something new. But it's not to say that there's not a favorable energy to tap into that's going to bring some sense of like forward momentum and forward movement. And I'm going to remind you guys, it's real life over here. There's someone like, I think the building cleaning lady is here today. She's like vacuuming the hallway outside. There's like a workman outside. I'm looking at his truck right now. He's got his ladder that he's taking off his truck. He's going to, I don't know, do what. So, you know, it's just life happening. But I'm happy that you guys were here to tap in and enjoy life that's happening with me today. Because frankly, that's like the most important thing. Because you guys are my YouTube fam. So it's like, who do we want to spend our birthday with? Like our friends and our family. And you guys you're part of my family now, whether you like it or not. Cheers to that. And Jenna said, I say happy twofer because Canada. Yes, girlfriend. Oh, hold on, Deborah. My New Year starts in spring too, my birthday month, April. Well, that's an incredible time to have a birthday because you're starting a new solar cycle, and you're also tapping into like the energy of the actual new year. So I have a feeling, Deborah, you're quite a powerhouse in the springtime, because it really is a twofer in that case. Beth said the realness makes it that much better. Thank you for saying so. Yeah, I'm like far from professional and far from polished over here. But because we're like live, I'm gonna really try to keep the cursing to a minimum. I'm keeping it real on a different level. Deborah, I'm happy to be part of the family. I'm happy that you're part of the family too. Everybody that's here, even if you're part of the replay crew, I'm really happy that you guys are part of my SoularFlow family. Belladonna asked, what are my B-Day plans? So I started the day earlier than I would have liked to, but you know, it's real life over here. And I worked out and I put some favorite music on, and I'm gonna chill with you guys. And then when my son gets home from school, I'm gonna take him out to dinner because he's gonna be my little dinner date. And that's it. Because birthdaying when you're an adult is very different than birthdaying when we're younger, right? It's like an all-out affair when we're younger. Like we want to be maybe not everybody. When I, being the little Leo sun and Leo moon that I am, was younger, I wanted it to be like all about me. And now that I'm an adult, it's like, you know what? I just want to have a nice quiet day, and I want to spend some time with the people I love, and I want to go eat like a good meal. And then I want to come home and I want to sit on my sofa and probably scan Etsy for a couple of hours, read a book, and then go to sleep. Like, to me, that's the idea of a perfect birthday. Deborah, yes, I am. Yes, you are a powerhouse. It's really a twofer for you. Laura, so much love in this family. My birthday is April. Oh, baby. So you get to tap into that special, favorable, real New Year's energy, Laura. That's amazing. Hey, Steve, thank you so much for making it. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Dinner is perfect because I'm all about that dinner. I mean, I don't know about you guys. Like, I have my morning matcha, and then maybe sometimes around 2 o'clock I'll have something light to eat. My biggest meal is my dinner by far. So it gives me like all day to start to think about it and start to plan it. And it's nice when I don't actually have to make it, but I can enjoy it. So it's gonna be good. And then I have a tradition with my son. We go get cupcakes every year on his birthday or on my birthday. So we'll see. Like if we get dessert in the restaurant, the responsible mom part of me is like, we're not gonna go for cupcakes today. We'll maybe go like tomorrow or Sunday. That's like a lot of sweets, and that's like a lot of sweets to have before dinner time. So we'll see. But cupcakes will definitely happen at some point within a 72-hour time period. And also because my birthday is the beginning of the month, I technically celebrate the entire month. So like January belongs to me. It's my month. So if you guys are watching this like in a replay and you're like, oh, I feel so bad I missed Faye's birthday. No, girl. Nobody missed my birthday. You can like wish me a happy birthday on January 25th, and I'm going to be claiming it. I'm going to be like, yes, it's still my birthday. Send me all the positive birthday vibes. Steve, pretty stoked you were born. To be honest, thank you. I think my mom was pretty stoked. I'm definitely stoked that I was born. No, nothing wrong with that, Deborah. I agree. Cindy, with New Year's being in autumn in Australia, what is the energetic implications of that? I love that question, Cindy. I'm going to answer that in a minute, okay? Jenna, yes, claim the entire month. By the way, total life hack, just claim the entire month. Like if your birthday is September 29th, you can still claim the entire month. I don't see why not. Or if you want, you can claim the following month because like you're at the end of one, claim 2 months. You know what? Claim the entire quarter. Like I claim winter quarter right now. Is your North Node in Leo? No, my North Node is not in Leo. Let me think about this. I always confuse which is, so I know I have one of them in Virgo, and one of them is in the opposite of Virgo. So what would that be? Whatever is the opposite of Virgo. Let me think about this for a minute. Is it North Node or South Node? Ashley, can you remind me North? Hold on. Hey Tanya, you're awesome. Thank you for making it, love. Ashley, hold on. I'm going to answer your question in a second. Beth, well, if we are claiming months, December is mine too. Claim that, girl. The holidays, by the way, if you're a December baby, you get to claim like all those lights that are lit up. Claim them for you. Like all the positive holiday vibes that people are tapping into. Claim that shit. Claim it as your own. Yes, thank you, Jenna. So, can you remind me again? North Node is which is the part of ourselves that we've completely developed, and which is the part of ourselves that we're aiming to develop? Because if I know that, I can tell you what it is. North Node is what we're aiming to achieve balance in this lifetime, right? And South Node is what we've achieved in previous lifetimes. So if that's the case, I'm going to say to you, I think my North Node is in Virgo and my South Node is in Pisces. I hope that makes sense. Yes, South Node, past, North Node, yes, future. Okay, so there you go. Yeah, North Node is where you want to go in this lifetime. So I have, my North Node is in Virgo in my second house, and my South Node is in Pisces in my ninth house. And it makes perfect sense when you know that, because it's like, I'm a spiritual teacher, and obviously like, I didn't just like wake up in this lifetime and be like, oh, I'm a spiritual teacher. So it's because I think I've had like this accumulation of lifetimes in which I was a spiritual teacher. And that's why when I came into this one, it felt so real life over here. It's like shit happening outside my window. And I think it's because I've had this accumulation of lifetimes in which I was a spiritual teacher. And yeah, like if you knew me, it would make sense that Virgo is like what I'm aiming to achieve, because I mean, it's not about the service-oriented part. It's just more like the, we'll talk one day, Ashley. We'll talk. I'll lay it out for you, girl. Hold on. I want to catch up on some of the comments here. And then I want to also answer Cindy's question. So, oh, hey, Gustav. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much. I am so glad that you made it from rainy UK. Thank you. And Candace said, hello, everyone. Candace, we are glad that you made it as well. Thank you so much for joining in the birthday festivities. Ashley, makes sense. You are helping ground people in the physical world. Oh, I love that interpretation of it. That's really, really good. That's a lot better than the way I had viewed it in. Because to me, like having Virgo in the second house and having my North Node there, to me felt more like, and this is again, you know, Capricorn Sun, so it's kind of like the lens in which I view things is like, oh, I'm here to learn about like financial responsibility in this lifetime. I don't want to learn about financial responsibility. I want to flow with the universe. I want to manifest in whatever I want, and I don't want to like think about like budgeting. Like, fuck no, that's like, I think I can say that in like a live, I don't know, but I say it in all my videos anyway, so it's probably fine. But like, I don't want to learn about that shit. I want to manifest shit into my life. I want to like line up with the energy of what I want, and I want to invite it in. I don't want to like sit down and like do budgets and like QuickBooks and no, how about no? So I way prefer your interpretation, Ashley. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you so much for joining. I'm so glad that you made it to the birthday festivities, Hannah. Now, we had a very, very interesting question from Candace in which she was asking, hold on, let me go back. And by the way, guys, even though this is like a birthday festivity, it's gonna get really boring if we're just sitting around and like talking about my birthday the whole time. Even though like I love the birthday wishes, you can send them my way, but like you got some questions? Let's talk. Like we'll have a good time, you know, with real life going on in the background. But let me go back and find Candace's question here. Okay, so with New Year's being in autumn in Australia, what is the energetic implications of that? So this is a fantastic question, and I'm gonna explain why it actually doesn't even matter, because it's still not a fixed season, and whether we have the new year in the spring or in the fall, think about the energy of those seasons. We're not fixed in those seasons. We're still very energetically more malleable, and we're energetically more pliable, and we're more like easygoing with the energy, because it's still like a transitory and transitional kind of a time where the real fixed seasons, and I see the comments that are coming in, I'm gonna get to them in a second, but the real fixed seasons are winter and summer, because in the height of the summer, we're spending the most amount of time outdoors, right? The days are the longest at that time. And we are probably to some degree have some kind of an idea of the way in which we want our days or our weeks or the entire summer season to play out. So we're already a little less like malleable in terms of like where we're going to invest our energy. We're spending so much more time doing and being. It's the complete opposite of in the winter time, because in the height of the winter time, the days are the shortest. So we're still very, very fixed in the way in which we want to express our energy at that time. It's probably going to be a little bit more restrictive. It's going to be like it's dark when I leave work, so I'm coming home. Maybe I'll pick up dinner, or maybe I'll make dinner, and then we're like home. Like I don't really know a lot of people that in the height of the winter, after 5-6 o'clock, I don't really know people that are going out. Nobody wants to go out. Like it's cold and it's dark, right? But in the spring or in the fall season, the days are a little bit more equal in terms of the amount of daylight and the amount of night light. And look at it also this way. Those are seasons that are full of promise. So even if it's where, let's say in the Southern Hemisphere, New Year's is in the fall time, it's a harvest time where we maybe energetically are starting to think about hunkering down, but we haven't hunkered down yet. We're not like in full hibernation mode the way we are in winter time. So it's where you still can actually be planning for the next couple of months. That's a very favorable energy to work with if you're in the Southern Hemisphere, because you haven't hunkered down. You're not in like full on hibernation mode. So it's less about the actual season, and it's more about the energy and the way in which our energy interplays with the season itself. Now in the Northern Hemisphere, when New Year's would be considered in the springtime, that is also equal in terms of the daylight and the nightlight hours, right? But we're not planning ahead for the harvest season. We're not planning ahead, let's say, for like the next 6 months. It's more like we're starting to come out of our hibernation period. We're starting to come out of our shell. So again, it's where we're either shedding the winter version of ourselves and we're starting to like come out of it, or it's where we're thinking about starting to hunker down. But even if you're starting to think about hunker down and you're not hunkering down yet, you have some kind of idea in which, oh, I need to like layer up when I go outside, and I want to get some, I want to get more of my errands done before, let's say 7 o'clock when it starts to get dark. Or you might start to think about like changing your diet and changing your food, right? Like what's the foods that are available in these seasons? There's a lot of root vegetables that are that's like their time, that's their harvest season, right? So we're starting to kind of like nourish our bodies with different kinds of foods, it's still the same kind of energy, whether it's springtime or fall time. Now I'm going to catch up on you guys' awesome comments. Ashley said, I always think of the second house as working with your hands and body and really embracing the 3D. Right, that makes a lot of sense, Ashley, because it's the finance house. It's very financially oriented, and it's very 3D oriented as well. I think that's a great point that you're bringing up. Steve, you'll have to manifest a financial. I need to manifest a financial advisor. I need to manifest some financial abundance, and then I'll, as the expression goes, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. So when I got my financial abundance, the teacher that's going to teach me about my finances is going to be manifested at that time. Well, let me actually read your comment. You'll have to manifest a financial advisor then, because you'll have to manifest that. I love the emojis, guys. Thank you. Manage that giant flow of wealth you are capable of, enough not to have to ever budget, perhaps. That is the goal. That's the dream. I don't want to worry about like paying bills, because that's like the not fun part of the 3D, right? At least for me. And hey, Anne, I'm so glad that you were able to make it. Thank you for joining us. Candace, I swear to you, I cannot get enough sleep. I had 2 clients and took so much energy. I couldn't keep awake for 2 days. I don't get it. So this is something that's, I feel like so many people I know have been saying over the last couple of weeks. They've been so incredibly tired. So I first and foremost want to say that I'm sympathetic and I really, really get it. But are you, Candace, making sure to properly cleanse your energy after working with clients? Because otherwise, when we're already like in the dead of winter where we're really like hibernating and we're hunkering down, if we're not properly releasing the energy of our clients, then it's going to stay with us even more so. Hey, Moon, I'm glad that you made it. Happy birthday. I also have 2 topics I totally suggest is Behind the Veil on Gypsy Rose Blanchard. I feel like there's a lot of deception around the case. That's good because I actually haven't heard of it. So I'll probably get a really super good read on it because I don't have any prior knowledge or prior like preconceived notions about the case. And also you should definitely look into Twin Flames universe. This couple that created a twin flame cult and let everyone astray. Oh, wow. I feel like there's a lot there that could be really, really interesting to look into. Because I've spoken about twin flames before, right? So it's kind of, this is the craziest thing that I feel like it's going on in the world right now. There's so much like, I feel like as people are starting to wake up more and more, and we're all looking for something in the spiritual community, there is so much, like, I don't want to say deception. I want to say, like, it almost feels like it's a very Neptunian kind of an energy where people don't even necessarily know, like, what they're associating themselves with or attaching themselves with. Because it looks like it's, oh, it must be in the spiritual community, so surely there can't be anything wrong in the spiritual community. And then like you hear about things like this where people are literally like they're making cults about things and they can totally lead people astray. It's wild. That's where I'm also just gonna, you know, because this is still a SoularFlow video, even though it's like a live, right? But this is where I'm gonna bring in the idea, like, what are we an energetic match for? So if people are an energetic match for some sort of a spiritual cult, then that's what they're an energetic match for. They're going to have the experiences in that cult that they agreed to have or that they're energetically aligned with. But I think there's still a takeaway for us. There's still like a big picture takeaway for all of these things. And I think in a case like that, there's probably going to be something really, really interesting to look into there. So thank you for the suggestions, Moon. can you connect? Anne is asking, can you connect loved one? How? I'm not sure what you're asking. Can you rephrase that, Anne? I mean, I think I maybe have an idea what you're asking, but I'm not sure. Are you asking how I as a medium can connect to a loved one that has crossed over? I think that's what you're asking. Thank you, Cindy. I'm glad that the explanation resonated. Just look at it this way. It's a time when our energy is not fixed, but is the most like almost where we're more energetically like open to compromising, because we're already like, I don't know like what the weather's going to be like. It's cold now, it could be hot later. Let me bring a sweater, let me bring a jacket. I might have to take it off, I might have to put it on. So we're more energetically open at that time. Anne is saying, you're welcome, I'm glad. Ashley, have you ever done a reading on Jeffrey Epstein? I know there is a lot of buzz about his recent list release. So I did do a miniature, like a mini read on him. His energy was something else. His energy felt like a black hole. I was looking for empathy. I was looking for anything that was going to make him like a human being. There was like, not to say he wasn't human, he was, obviously, he had like a 3D body. It's just to say that his energy was black. It was devoid of consciousness. It was devoid of conscience. Crazy fucking energy. But I will tell you what was shown to me about him. He didn't die in that prison. He was actually hung, but he was hung later on after he was tried for his crimes. But it wasn't in that prison. If you want, look at it this way, because this is something that I've been talking a lot more about lately, which is when we see something coming out in the world stage about celebrities, it's actually a reveal of some kind. So for example, with, like think of any celebrity that's had some sort of a scandal associated with them. So a few that come to mind are Oprah. Oprah had a scandal about her. She has like a children's school somewhere in South Africa, right? Excuse me, I'm hemming at the truth. So she has her school in South Africa somewhere. And then a few years ago, there was a big scandal that had come out where girls were coming forward and saying that they had been mistreated in some way. So with the understanding of the fact that if the media is an arm of the cabal, that means if they wanted to suppress that, they could, and no one would be the wiser. So anything, something like that is released onto the world stage, it's serving one of two purposes. It's either serving to satisfy the cabal's law of something called karmic retribution, which is they have to tell you what they plan on doing or what they have been doing. And for a really, really good example of that is the TV show The Simpsons. Because how many things have come out on The Simpsons years prior to it playing out on the world stage in some way? So that's a TV show that's being used. I know people kind of like throw around the word predictive programming. I don't look at it like it's predictive programming. I look at it like it's satisfying the cabal's laws of karmic retribution. They need to put it out there and they need to tell us what they're going to do. And then they're absolved of any sense of guilt in terms of like, well, did we take it to heart? Did we believe it? Or did we take it to be fiction on TV? They already told us. So somebody like a Matt Groening, that is the, he still writes, I think, for The Simpsons, right? So when I've looked into him in the past, he was shown to me as being in some sort of like a void state where I saw him literally sitting down at his computer. His eyes were, it looked like they were rolled back in his head, so all you could see is the white of his eyes, and he was just typing. So he is somebody that is in the club, and he allows himself to be used as a conduit for information to come in that is going to be shared to satisfy the laws of karmic retribution. So not everything that he is putting in is going to come to pass, because they're all potentials. It's all potential timelines, right? But that's one example of when we see something playing out on the world stage. It's either to satisfy the laws of karmic retribution. That's how it's been in the past. Now we have a new changing of the guards, and everything that's coming out now has been shown to me as being some sort of a reveal. But it's a reveal now to let us know, because again, it's not taking over the airwaves 24/7, where we're being completely inundated with the information, and even if we wanted to, we can't get away from it. It's a trickling. It's like a breadcrumbing of the information, just to kind of like put a thought in someone's mind that should this be of interest to them, they can then fall down the rabbit holes and they can start to do the research on their own. But not where it's like blasted on the news, it's on the cover of every magazine, you can't get away from it no matter how hard you try. Because that would be subverting our free will. And anyone that is working on Team High Vibe, they are not going to do anything that's going to subvert our free will. So when something breaks in the newspapers and it's like, oh, Oprah was involved in a scandal, or, oh, hey, wait, didn't Madonna just, like, wasn't there whispers of something going on in her own organization? And wait a minute, wasn't there something going on with Steven Tyler? Hold on, his organization also, and wait a minute, didn't a former girlfriend say she got involved with him when she was still a minor? All of these things are to just provide, if you will, threads that if people want to follow the thread and do the research, they can, but not where they have to. So anytime something is playing out on the world stage, it's, if a celebrity is involved in a scandal, and this kind of came up in the video that I had done on P. Diddy and Cassie, when something is revealed about them, it's now to let us know, for those of us that are awake, or even for future people that are going to wake up, they can actually come back and they can, because anything that's on the internet lives forever, right? You can't get away from that. So these stories have been in the news and on the internet. They're not going to get deleted. They're not going to go away. So it's done with the purpose that if somebody even wakes up in the future, they can come back and they can look at this and they can be like, oh my God, wow, it was out there in the open the whole time. So we're kind of being let known what these people are being tried for, or what they have been tried for, but it's not being revealed as of yet and at this time. So I think what happened with Jeffrey Epstein in jail was letting us know that that was what his punishment was going to be, or might have already have been. Because I'm not even convinced that he was in that jail at all. I think that was, again, letting us know what was going to happen to him, that he was going to be held accountable, but he was not held accountable in that prison. Yes, he was hung, but not in that prison and not at that time. That was a reveal of a different kind. So that was a very, very long answer. Let me know if that resonates with you, Ashley. Now I'm going to catch up on a whole bunch of comments that I saw came in. Sarah Lee, hey, thank you so much. Sarah Lee is wishing me a happy birthday. What topics do you have in your textbook so far for the next AMA? Oh girl, how much time do you have for me to tell you? You guys, by the way, hold on. If you guys want to know, you guys have been keeping me busy and I love it. I'm not complaining. But let me reach for my notebook. Hold on a second. Okay, hold on. And I need a pen because I I like holding a pen when I talk. I don't know, it's like, I'm not a fidget spinner person, but I like with my thumb capping and uncapping the pen, and I just like holding a hand. I like holding a hand in my hand. I like holding a pen in my hand when I'm recording. So, but you guys have been keeping me, and again, I'm not complaining. I love having topics to look into. So don't ever feel like you're inundating me. Please don't. Don't apologize or don't feel like you're overloading me. I actually prefer to have more to look into than less to look into. So you guys can bring it. But I've literally got... Okay, so I'll have some topics from the last AMA that I didn't get to, or doors that wouldn't open. But I'll tell you some of the new ones that came in, just to kind of like whet your appetite. But I first just want to catch up on some comments. Okay, Sarah? And a lot time, my energy is low. So, Anne, that's a great question. That can be either seasonal, like again, it's winter. This is not really, this is like hibernation time. Like look at what bears do in the winter. They hibernate all season long. You don't see them come out of their bear den until springtime. We can take a lot of cues from animals do at different times of the year to kind of like tap into that energy as well. So first and foremost, Anne, if you're very tired right now, that's perfectly normal because we're in the dead of winter. Now, if you're telling me that you're in Australia and for you it's the height of summer, maybe you are very, very heat sensitive and the heat actually is going to zap your energy and it's not going to give you energy. It could be an energy taker and not an energy giver. It could also be there's some sort of a, like, if you're not properly cleansing your energy and you're taking on a lot of energy tags, that shit's going to drain you. It's like, imagine you have toilet paper stuck to the bottom of your shoe, but you don't know that it's there. And you leave the bathroom and you're going about your day, it's going to run through the entire toilet roll and you're not even going to know about it. So you're going to come home at the end of the day and you're going to be like, what happened to my fucking toilet paper? So if you're not properly cleansing your physical body and you're picking up a lot of energy tags, that's also going to leave you really energetically depleted. So it's not like a one size fits all kind of an answer. But what I can recommend to you, if you haven't seen my video on, which one is it? I'm actually going to recommend 3 different videos of mine. I would recommend going back and seeing them because I don't know which one I had mentioned this in. Go back and check out the video I had done on, I think it's called High Vibe Home. That's one that's going to have a lot of interesting insight. 3 weeks to change your life and raise your vibration. That video is also going to have a lot of insights for you. So go back and check both of those videos out, okay? Mia, can you channel ancient people, beings? I am curious as to what you would think about channeling the energy of Sacagawea, Lewis and Clark exhibition, ancient gods, goddesses, Freya, Isis, the sun, the moon. All of those are fantastic topics. I love all of them. I've looked into, which one is it? I've looked into one of the ancient civilizations in, I have it in one of my old notebooks. I have to go back and I have to find it. But you know, like if there's some organization, not organizations, if there's been some tribes and they just like vanished one day en masse and history doesn't even know like what the fuck happened to them. So, and it doesn't just have to be the one I looked into. It could be like any where there was a civilization and they just vanished one day. What was actually shown to me when that happens is they have all ascended to the point where they actually were able to open a portal. Because think about it like this, like the entire tribe at once, all of their energies had risen in concert with one another, And because their vibration was so high, they were able to actually open a portal in their whatever, their community or wherever they were residing, and they all actually could walk through the portal. So when they all disappear at one time, that is what was shown to me as what has happened. Or what was also shown to me, it's a either or. What was also shown to me is extraterrestrials had come down because they were an energetic match for them, and they had all gotten on the ship, and then they booked it out of there. So a little bit of interesting insight there, but those are all fantastic topics, Mia, and I'm happy to add them to my notebook. Ashley is seconding Gypsy Rose. I'm a bit behind on the comment, guys, but I'm going to catch up to all of them. Candace, crap, no, I completely forgot about that. I usually don't do this, but I was just pushed and pushed to it, so I did it. I will most definitely cleanse. Can't believe I didn't. I'm happy that you were here and that you asked that question and I was able to give you the solution that you needed. Moon, yes, 100%. You'd be so surprised looking into the Twin Flames universe cult. My mouth was wide open throughout the whole case. Really taught me to be more cautious of what people channel. I think that's a really, really good observation that you had made. I think that's great. I'm just going to leave it at that. That's a great observation. Anne is saying, yeah. So in response to what your original question, Anne, had been about how do I channel people that have crossed over, one of my gifts and abilities is mediumship. And that's where I have the ability to connect to those that are already on the other side. Now, everybody has some gifts and abilities to varying degrees. And one of the gifts and abilities I have is called mediumship. So I hope that answers your question. Cindy, I'd like to know what they're distracting us from with the list. I don't think it's a distraction at this point. I actually think it's a reveal. Because this is what has been shown to me. This is the time over the next couple of years, I would say over the next 2 years, we're going to start to see a lot of reveals coming out as a way for people to kind of like get comfortable and I don't really know if I can say get comfortable, but become more acclimated to the fact of how much corruption there has been going on in the world for hundreds of years and we just haven't even known about it. This is the time of reveals. It's going to be slow. It's going to be like a drip, drip, and then it's going to be a flood of information. This is actually, because like if you look at the list, it's been unofficially available online for years. So the fact that they're going to be releasing it in an official capacity, it's to get people comfortable with the idea that those that are high up and in some sort of a prominent position actually could have been into some devious shit. But I see it as a reveal and not actually a distraction. And how can I talk my loved one? I miss them. Just talk to them. I have found that even if they're not with us all the time, they do come in, they do come out. Just talk to them, Anne. A lot of times they are waiting for an invitation for us to connect to them. So if you're waiting for a sign that you can do it, you can do it. Just start talking to them. And it's not going to be, here's the thing I just want to really like drive the point home. You can still have an energetic exchange with them, but it's not going to be quite like where, you know, I'm conversating with you, you can conversate with me. It's not going to be happening on a 3-dimensional level, but it will be happening on an energetic level. And you can ask them to let you know that they're there. And then it's for us to tune into the ways in which they're going to let us know that they're there. But energy is energy. It's like the wind. Sometimes it's a soft, gentle wind. It's more akin to a breeze. Sometimes it could be like a level 4 hurricane kind of a wind. But energy is energy. It's literally like the wind. You will feel it if you invite it in. So just talk to them. Tanya, yes, Cindy, because the list has been out. It's been out for years. So look at it also the list this way. The list is kind of akin. One second, I'm gonna take a sip of my fancy pancy drink. If you will, the list serves, let me say it this way. The list being out in an unofficial capacity, where it hasn't been like officially released, but you can still find copies of it. To me, it goes perfectly in tandem to what I was just saying a moment ago about what is going to be revealed in the media about celebrities is kind of like a soft release of what these people have been involved in. And we may not see the culmination of what happens to them, but or we may, because again, you guys know I never do predictive videos, right? So I can't tell you definitively if we're going to see military tribunals. I can't tell you definitively if we're going to know what's going to happen to all of these people. I can tell you definitively that what's coming out is designed to be a reveal, so either for us that are awake or for those of us that are going to wake up in some future time period where we can look back. It's kind of like if you're awake, this is kind of like the confirmation that we need. For anyone that's going to wake up in the future, it's breadcrumbing them to let them know that the signs were there all along, but they just for whatever reason weren't ready to embrace it and weren't ready to see it at that time. But we're going to get the confirmation when the list is officially released that what we thought we knew when we found it a couple of years ago, and maybe you were like me, we were banging on everyone's head, trying to red pill them, trying to wake them up, and we were like, well, look at this, and no one wanted to hear it because they're like, well, it hasn't been officially released. Don't think that just because they weren't ready to be woken up when we were talking to them, don't think that they didn't hear it. So people that didn't want to hear it then still went in one ear and went out the other. So it kind of like planted a seed, if you will, that now when the truth does come out on the world stage of who actually was on those flights, it's the second go around. It's the second time that they're hearing it. So it's kind of like getting them more ready to accept and to receive this idea, again, that there could be very, very like prominent people in positions of power that really are not good people. But imagine you're going from 0 to 1,000 miles an hour. That shit's gonna be too jarring. So there has to be kind of like a slow reveal and a slow rollout of all of that information, or it's just too jarring for people. Like you can't go from like one day to the next thinking presidents and dignitaries and world leaders are these well-intentioned people that live with integrity to suddenly finding out, well, actually, they're the complete opposite of that. It's going to be too jarring for people. So there has to be a slow roll out and there has to be a slow reveal. So the things that we're finding out about celebrities and what they've been up to, it could be maybe in 4 years we're going to find out what the truth actually is. Maybe in 4 years we're going to find out that people were arrested. It's not going to matter at that point because so many of us are going to be woken up to it that we're not even going to need the validation any longer, right? Like if you've been awake for years, and because I think part of the reason that I think a lot of people, when we first wake up and we want to wake other people up and we want to share the information that we know with them, it's an absence of us having our own community, and it's an absence of us having a relationship with like-minded people that we can actually talk to them about these things. So it's coming from a place of it's coming from a place of disempowerment. And in our effort to talk to other people, we're trying to gain a sense of empowerment, because it's like we know these things to be true, and we need like the validation from other people that these things are in fact true. We just need to find a community of like-minded people, and then it's not going to matter if other people that we've tried to red pill haven't woken up, because we're getting the validation that we need from other like-minded people. So at a certain point, I feel like our effort to wake people up, it pitter-patters away, because we've had more time to let the information resonate and land with us. And it's like, if they don't want to wake up, free will reigns supreme, right? All right, let me catch up on some more comments here. Deborah, do you see anything after 2025? A few remote viewers can't see past it. Just wondering if you pick up it. Yeah, so I have consistently seen that 2026 is going to be gnarly. That's the best word to describe it. That's the word that literally my guides have brought in to me. It's going to be gnarly. I don't think we're supposed to know what that is, because I think it's going to create too much anxiety, and it could create a lot of fear porn. It could create a lot of fear porn in high vibe people. That's why I think a lot of remote viewers can't actually see it or see past it, because we're in the process of ascension, and if we see things getting really, really shitty, that can scare us, and that can put us into a lower energetic state. We're in the process of ascending. We don't want to do anything that's going to temporarily bring our energy down. That's why my guides have literally said to me, 2026 is going to be gnarly. But I've also consistently been shown we're going to be in a totally new world, a high vibe and positive new world by 2030, 2032. It's not even something that we can conceptually make sense of, because we don't have any reference point for it, because we've been so enslaved by the old system, by the cabal. It's not even something that our imagination can we can't even wrap our minds around it. That's what I've been consistently shown. Totally new world, something we can't even understand by 2030, 2032. But surprise, the cabal doesn't win. That's what I've also been consistently shown. But we're not meant to know what gnarly is going to look like, because we got to continue to focus on staying in the high vibration and not engaging in anything that can even temporarily make us wobble in our conviction of staying in the high vibration. Steve, time traveler who writes history disguised as the future. Oh. That makes, I don't know, I would read a book about that. That sounds fantastic. Jenna, Matt created it. The city of Portland has Simpsons-themed street names everywhere. Lots of humans going back by a school bus in that city. I don't know why. I just felt like a convulsion of bleh, like nasty fucking energy just go through my body when I read that comment, and something about Portland and what you wrote about it. Like it feels icky. It almost feels like it's some sort of a satanic, like it feels like a satanic stronghold in Portland, where there's a lot of like this direction of negative energy focus there. Deborah, can you do a read on Meghan Markle doing human hunting? Yes. I don't know if that's something I can share out in the open. And this is, I mean, you could say it's kind of like a shameless plug. I'm not saying it for a shameless plug reason. Like, I'm very candid if I'm doing a shameless plug. That's one of the reasons I have my channel membership, because there's the more controversial content over there on a paywall, because that's stuff that it's just a little bit more controversial. I will tell you, I haven't, because you know about it, Deborah, I don't see that she's actually been involved in it. She has done other things I don't see that she's done any of that, however. She does, in the past anyway, she liked the Coca-Cola a lot. So maybe that's going to also explain some of her energy. Hey, Crystal, I'm glad that you made it, love. I love this supportive group. Everyone's saying hey to Crystal. Ashley said, great answer, thank you. You are most welcome. Hey, Jamie. I'm glad that you made it, Jamie, love. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes. And again, I have no idea if that's a super chat or a super thanks. Whatever it is, thank you. Thank you for the birthday love. Jamie said, hello, beautiful souls. Mia is asking, I should have clarified, wasn't asking for you to channel those beings now, but for future reference AMA standalone video. No, I got it, honey. And even though I'm not writing it down now, I'm going to go back in this video and I'm going to watch the comments so I can pull out the suggestions. Because I want to interact with you guys. I don't want to be like taking notes in the middle, and I know my hair looks fabulous and all, but I don't think you want to like be looking at the top of my head while I'm writing notes to myself. Anne is saying, very true. Steve, ha ha ha. I love the toilet paper analogy. Imagining that white being bombarded spiritually with giant TP trail to get tangled up, and after you realize it's hilarious to me. It actually is hilarious. But that's also the way that energy works. Specifically, that's the way energy tags work. We can literally be traipsing around the world, or maybe not literally the world, and some people are a world traveler though. You can be like, even in your direct neighborhood, we're traipsing around. We don't even know that we're picking up energy tags. And then if we're not properly cleansing it at the end of the day, we're like a drained battery, or we're a toilet paper roll that's got no toilet paper left on it. My lovely supportive group saying hey to everybody. Jenna said like a rapture. I'm not sure what you're referencing, but okay, like a rapture. I'm good with that. Jamie said, got up to pee, seen alive. Got up to pee, seen alive. What a surprise. I love that rhymed. Mia, regarding the tribes, that's amazing. Thank you. You're welcome. Jamie, hi Steve. How are you guys? My goodness, so happy to see the solar fam here. Twice in 1 week, y'all. Is this not like the greatest? If this is not the greatest week ever, I don't know what is. Seriously. You're welcome, Anne. Deborah said yes. I've had the list downloaded for 4 years now. It's been out there for years as a soft reveal. So I think like the analogy I've kind of used in the past about it is like when a movie premieres, sometimes if they don't know the movie is going to be a success, or they don't know that it's going to be a hit, they'll do like a soft, not release, they'll do like a soft premiere. They'll do like a small premiere. And then if it seems like there's more momentum to it and it seems like it's going to actually do well, then they'll do like a bigger launch party. This is the same thing. It's a soft reveal, then it's going to be a big reveal. Jamie, when my dad passed, I used to ask him to give me signs he was around. Yes, he messed with the TV, moved things around. They will do that. This is actually a great topic for me to look into, but why they can mess with the electricity. Because I remember I want to say the weekend my dad passed away, we were, my whole family, we were at my brother and sister-in-law's house. And we were sitting around the end of one day, and it was on Sabbath. It was like Saturday afternoon. We were all sitting around the dining room table. We were all like snacking and eating. And we were talking about my dad. And then literally the dining room lights flashed on and off 3 times. No, we were all sitting at the table. There was nobody near an outlet. There was nobody near the light switch. The lights flashed on and off 3 times. It was like he was saying to us, hey y'all, I'm here. Because that's what they do on the other side. They're uninhibited, they're unencumbered of all of the heavy, dense 3D emotions. and the 3D energy. They've been liberated from their body, and they're just so much fucking fun. So they can be very mischievous. Sometimes, yeah, they'll move things around for that reason. But they can interact with the electronic system in our house. The craziest thing, like, I want to say maybe like last year, it was definitely for sure after I already opened up my SoularFlow channel here. The craziest thing happened. I had my phone, and I remember it was happening specifically like at the end of the day when I was getting my son ready for the bath. My phone was closed on my dresser. There was nothing, it wasn't on. It's not like I had like a podcast on, but I put it down. The phone was off. And then the next thing I know, my phone turned itself on and it started playing videos. And I was like, what the actual? It was so crazy. And this happened for like 3 or 4 days in a row. And then on like the 4th day, when I was sitting in meditation, my dad came in for the first time. So I think it was like his way of almost, again, like getting me ready to receive his energy, because I already had the knowledge from what had happened after he had passed away that they can mess with the electronics. So yes, if you are noticing like the electronics in your house are getting a little bit wonky, like there was a period of time where my TV would just turn on. It would be 2 o'clock in the morning and I would be woken up because my TV was on. And it was like serious, like I had to start unplugging my TV so it wouldn't just go off at weird. I would come home from running errands, like going grocery shopping, and my TV would be on. Make it make sense. Because they're playful. They're having a good time. They want to let us know that they're here. But if we're not necessarily paying attention, they're maybe just going to get a little bit louder to get our attention. Okay, I do a lot. Maybe try that. You're welcome, love. Oh, Laura, thank you so much. Thank you for the super, again, don't know if it's a super that or super thanks or a super chat. When my grandma was alive, my older sisters rewrote her will, making her sign it, helped themselves, and left me with scraps, which I never accepted. Grandma was 96. She told me they were jealous of me. I'm so sorry, Laura. That says more about them than about you. That's an indication of what kind of energetic frequency they're vibing at. But I'm really sorry about that. Hi, Sergio. Laura, her name was Anne Barbarino. My father was Ray Barbarino. I'm sorry, love. That's not cool that they did that. Can I just say that? It's really an indication of. So you're kind of like Laura, your kind of energy is more of it's being shown to me as, like that time right before dawn, right before you see, but it's being shown to me very dramatically. It's not being shown to me like in a city where you can't see like the sun come up, but you just see like the sky getting like lighter and lighter. It's being shown to me like nature. And maybe you're camping, or maybe you got like a house out in nature somewhere, but you can literally see there's just like this unobstructed view of the sky, and you can see the sun starting to rise, where you're starting to see the magnificence of the sun, and not just where the colors of the sky are starting to change, but where you're literally seeing the sun rise. You're seeing the brilliance of the sun. So your energy, Laura, is being shown to me as it's that period right before the sun starts to come up, but you can feel the energy starting to rise. And I think those around you were feeling the energy starting to rise. But we can't suppress that sun. You can't push it back down just because you like the nighttime. Nobody around you is going to be able to suppress the power that is building inside of you just because they like living in the dark. They can try, but it's not going to work. Laura, so sorry. That really sucks. Same thing happened to my son. I am sad for him. I'm sorry for him also. That's not cool. Mia, sorry it sounded like a corny ad, but I'm so seriously, y'all. I'm so serious, y'all. No, it didn't sound corny at all, Mia. Candace, my 12-year-old tells me he sees and talks to his grandpa who passed before he was born, and now he said there is someone else coming scaring him. I'm not sure how to help him cope or figure out who. So this could be a really great opportunity for you to teach him about boundaries, and for you to even teach him about like energetic boundaries, right? Like there's obviously like physical boundaries, but there's also energetic boundaries. So physical boundaries are like, let's say for example, like, why do we have doors on our on our houses or on our apartments? Why do we have walls? Why do we have windows? Boundaries. But in addition to that, this is, I think, when we can teach our children about implementing healthy boundaries, we can be setting them up for a lifetime of tools in their toolbox that they can access when something is feeling not right to them. So they can perhaps have a friend that's not going to be a highly aligned friend, that, or they can get into a relationship, right? So if we can give them tools that are going to help them be more successful in navigating their life once they're no longer in our care, that's a great tool that we're giving them. So you can start to kind of like work with him on maybe grounding himself, maybe setting positive intentions in the morning, talking to him about what he can do to raise his vibration, where he will no longer be a match for these darker energies that are attempting to make contact with him. Because look at what a moth will do. Moths are drawn to bright lights. The dark is always going to look for a light place to unload their darkness onto. So if he implements healthy boundaries, energetic or otherwise, that's a win. You can also, some crystals that will protect him against things like that are smoky quartz, black obsidian. You can maybe even get him like a selenite keychain to keep on his backpack, or selenite to put on his bedside table. Have him maybe sage himself when he comes home from school. Make sure that when he takes a bath or a shower, he's going to be using like some sort of a salt scrub. And also, when we have gifts and abilities, they're ours to work with. So that can mean, for example, he can, if he's a medium and he's naturally open, he can say he doesn't want to work with dark energy at all. That's him declaring the energy that he's going to work with. Because just like there's energy readers that are going to work with high vibe energy, there's going to be energy readers that, because they're maybe a lower energetic imprint in their own right, they're going to be connecting to lower energetic entities. So he can declare it. He can say, I only want to work with high vibration entities, and I only am welcoming high vibration entities. So I think maybe try those and see if those are things that are going to help him, Candace. Deborah, oh good, you can see past 2025, thank goodness. I can see past 2025, but I don't see like specifics. It's going to get gnarly in 2026. It's going to be a great new world, another 5-6 years thereafter. And I believe in God, Jesus, always. Good. Those are positive high vibrations. Just stay aligned with that and you'll be okay then. Tanya, when I was 10 years old, I told my mom similar. She took me to a clairvoyant Ouija board. Not sure that was the best idea of hers. This is the crazy thing that I've come to understand about Ouija boards. They are real. You can connect to some shit. But it's with kids that don't know that they're actually connecting to shit, and then they're not knowing to protect their energy before they engage in shit like that, and then they can be porous, and God only knows what they're letting in. But I think it's amazing that your mom didn't like try to shut it down, Tanya, and she wasn't like, you're imagining things. No, that didn't really happen. So you were given an opportunity to obtain some sort of a healthy outlet, and it wasn't shut down. And I think that that's amazing. Mia, Pluto will be in my 8th house, Aquarius. I am following your motto. Stay in the high vibration. Live there. Pick up and move there. Like if high vibe was a location, pack up your house, sell all of your low vibration things, and move the fuck to high vibrationville. That's all I gotta say about that. Jenna, good always wins, but we gotta consciously stay high vibe until it does change for the better. Then it's easier to stay in the high vibe. Yeah, and I think there's also going to be a lot of momentum in the next couple of years. It's going to actually be easier to stay in the high vibration. It's not to say that the contrast is going to disappear completely. No. Again, I'm going to remind you that contrast is something the universe creates naturally. So you're always going to have contrast introduced into your periphery. It's just to say that at a certain point, we're no longer going to really be an energetic match for the contrast that the universe even is going to be creating for us. So even the contrast that comes in, it's probably going to be like barely even on our radar. Like we'll kind of be aware of it, but it's not going to have the ability or the power to bring us under like it has in the past. Deborah said thank you. You are most welcome. Candace, sorry guys, I was driving home. If I missed anyone coming in, hello everyone. Hello darling. Crystal, you're welcome. Hope you're having an awesome birthday. Glad I caught you live. I'm really glad you caught us live also, love. Oh, thank you so much, Colleen. Thank you for the birthday love and the birthday super chat or super thanks, whichever one it is. And sometimes I get tingles. What's that? Girl, you got guides around you when you got the tingles. That is fantastic. When that happens, sit down and meditate, love. Deborah, do you know if the truth of Bigfoot and other cryptics will come out? That's a great question. I haven't looked to see if it's going to come. So I'm going to kind of piggy this back, because I haven't looked into it, but I'm going to say like this. I'm going to piggy this back onto what was shown to me about extraterrestrials, which is when there is an actual reveal about their truth, it's not even going to be a surprise to anyone, because we're all going to be so woken up at that point. It's going to be like, yeah, whatever. It's going to be old news. It's not even going to be like a reveal, like the way it's been hyped. It's going to be like, how are these things been like revealed in movies? Aliens, a big mothership just comes in out of nowhere and it perches in the sky and it hangs out there and it scares people to death, and then one day an alien comes down and it says, bring us to your leader, we come in peace. Or they try to decimate all of humanity. It's not even going to be like that. They've been here among us for generations. They've been intermarried and breeding with us for generations. So when there is a reveal, no one's even going to pay attention to it, because we're all going to be savvy to it at that point. Jenna, you say the ancient tribes who disappeared had ascended, perhaps like, oh, that's what you mean. Yes, like a rapture. Thank you for the clarification, Jenna. Thank you, Jamara. Thank you for the birthday, love. Let's celebrate their first super on a live stream. So everybody that's left me a super on the live stream, I'm celebrating you. Thank you. Moon, off topic, but do you know what may be the spiritual cause of social anxiety and how to overcome it? That's a great question. Social anxiety. It's being shown to me still shrinking. It's being shown to me as a person energetically feeling smaller than they are, shrinking. They're still shrinking. So it's where they feel disempowered in some way, and that's causing them social anxiety when they're going out and they're meant to interact, because they don't feel at ease within themselves. So it's some sort of sense of disempowerment, which may have to do with some unresolved trauma, I would say. Hey, Cabrina, I'm glad that you made it, love. Beth, I wonder if the energy created when astral traveling affects a REM REM pod in the same way as a spirit does? Hold on, I need to read that again. I wonder if the energy created when astral traveling affects, maybe it's an REM pod. I'm not sure what that is. Beth, can you clarify, honey? Jenna, I used to work graveyards in an old jailhouse. Oh my God. No light switch was safe. There were several, and it was anyone's guess which one would start turning on and off randomly. That is wild. Oh my God. I kind of want to look into that. So it's actually being shown to me that it was souls that had been imprisoned there but had crossed over. They felt energetically attached to that prison or to that jailhouse, and it was actually coming from a place of, because again, they can't talk to us, right? They can't communicate in the 3D the way we can communicate. They can communicate with energy. It's all energetic, right? So what they were doing in that case was wanting, and again, it's sad because it was coming from a good place, but they were limited in the way that they could communicate to the people that were still in the prison or still in the jail there. But in wanting to say that the entire 3D experience is so temporary, because they were free and they were no longer encumbered by the limitations of our 3D bodies. They were on the other side and they were nothing but pure energy that they could then interact with and impact the electricity in that location. But they were limited. And it's also not to say that the people that were, it was almost like they wanted to give like encouragement to the people that were in the jail, in the prison. It's a temporary state, and at a certain point, just because you're imprisoned now, you're not always going to be imprisoned. You're going to be free from the confines of your body. You're going to be free from the confines of the jail. You're going to be nothing but pure positive energy that can interact with electricity in this way. It was done more in a state of encouragement, but again, without necessarily those souls that were in that location understanding what it was. Saira, my late auntie would ring the doorbell at all hours of the day and night. We even changed the doorbell, and the doorbell ringing continuously. You had a saucy grandma if that's what she was doing. Laura, when I asked to see a copy of her will, they accused me of only interested in my own financial gain. That is what you call the pot calling the kettle black. They were actually, it's like, look at it like it was a mirror. They were accusing you of what they themselves were doing. Jamara, for AMA, why are artists going to Accra, Ghana? Seen Rising last year, Black Star Line Festival, Chance the Rapper led, Kendrick Lamar went with Spotify. Seems so random, but keeps coming to my attention. I feel like this is going to be some sort of an agenda. And I think it actually, what's being shown to me right now is it has to do with money laundering. There's going to be like some sort of a push for a charity organization specifically located in Ghana. What it actually is a money laundering operation. Ashley, Faye, can you please connect to my grandfather? He has passed over and I miss him. It would be interesting if he has any messages about his life as a high-level Mason. Do you got his name, girlfriend? Because that's, oh, you're so good. His name was Walter Elliott. Yeah, hold on a second, Walter Elliott. Let me catch up on some more comments and then I'll connect to Walter Elliott. Candace, thank you so much. I had him come listen. You're welcome. I'm happy that you brought him over so he could hear that. Jamara, yes, I'm still stuck. I know, that's okay. Here's the thing, Jamara, part of our waking up and part of our ascension is learning the truth about the entertainment industry and the music industry. You take as long as you need to come to terms with all of this and to work through all of this. It can be a long process, so don't feel bad that you're fixated on it or you're thinking about it. This is part of how we are becoming unattached to the old ways and where we are breaking up with the false idols, that have been very intentionally put on pedestals to capture our consciousness and to capture all of our attention. So you take as long as you need to work through all of this. But I feel like I'm moving forward. Each reveal is a breakthrough. After the live, I had a good emotional release looking at the trauma you mentioned. I'm glad that that resonated for you, honey. Deborah, I got those when I'm in the presence of a supernatural. That's what it is. That's why I say meditate, because they're going to start to bring information into you. Mia, just sending love, building my high vibe house. I love that. Build it, baby, build it. Thank you so much, Jamie. Thank you, darling, for the birthday wishes. Ronald, thank you for joining us. Happy birthday. I love listening to you. Look forward every week. I'm just glad I finally caught a live chat. I'm glad that you caught it too. And you know there's always going to be a replay. We love the replays here for all of my members. But I'm glad that you made it. Thank you. Moon, thank you for looking into that. My pleasure, love. Jenna, their personal power was taken away somehow. Holy Moses, that explains my social anxiety so much. I'm glad that that resonated for you. Beth, REM pod is a tool that measures energy and spirits can communicate through it. Now this is interesting. What I'm going to say about that, Beth, is this is some sort of a conjoining or some sort of a marrying of 3D versus 12D. And to me, this is kind of like, it's kind of like energy workers or people in the spiritual community that aren't yet fully comfortable working with their gifts and abilities. What they'll do first is they'll get engaged in some sort of a practice where there's some 3D component, like for example, tarot cards. So it's because we still live in the 3D and we're there perhaps not yet fully comfortable, or they haven't yet fully embraced their ability to connect to the divine. So they think they need some sort of an intermediary to invite the information or the spirits in. They actually don't, they're just not yet comfortable with it. So it sounds to me like this is exactly what that is. When people are fully aligned to the divine, we don't need any sort of a 3D intermediary to invite it in or to help us make sense of it, because we're already fully aligned with the energy. So I don't know how I feel about that. I think, yeah, I do think that it can actually, I think it can actually show that there's some sort of an energetic shift, but I also feel like it, hemming at the truth. If the people that were involved with it were more comfortable embracing the fact that they could connect to their gifts and abilities, they wouldn't need some sort of a device to confirm that they were in the presence of something supernatural. I hope that answers your question about that. Jamara, the social anxiety thing makes sense. Had that starting in 4th grade and onward. Experienced a lot of forces dimming my light as a kid. I'm sorry about that, love. That's the 3D experience though. But I think it could be a very interesting exercise for you to actually go back and pinpoint what were the things that had happened in 4th grade that were dimming your, how did you put it? That were dimming your light at that time. And just think that you can heal. You can send pure white light to that part of your life and you can heal that. So try that and see if that works. Jenna, yes, I spoke to one via the overhead light fan. That is wild. I'm really curious what it actually shared with you if you want to share. Jamara, the doorbell, wow, yeah. That's showing the persistence of the spirits on the other side. When they want to make contact with us, sometimes they're going to be really persistent like that. Jenna, that's so rad. Thanks for looking into that. One girl had the taps turn on and off in the industrial sink. Take some oomph to turn the, oh, wow. You know, that literally reminds me of what's the example I'm always giving. When we turn our gifts and abilities on, I always compare it to the faucet of a sink, right? You know, are we turning it on, and how much are we turning it on? How much are we inviting in? How much are we welcoming in? Are we turning it on or are we turning it off? It's all just a temporary suppression though, because it's not like when you turn off the water in your sink, it's like, oh shit, I'm never gonna have water again. It's all temporary. Oops, sorry about that, but that's literally what it reminds me of. And can I ask you something? Does people spirit get stuck in jail if they die there? My mom did, cause my sister. Mm-mm. They energy doesn't really get stuck. The soul or the spirit of a person can make some sort of a conscious decision that they want to temporarily remain there, right? Like they could be given the opportunity to cross over at that time in their entirety, or the spirit could say, I'm not ready. I feel like I have unfinished things here on the earth plane. Again, hemming at the truth. There's things on the earth plane that I'm not ready to cross over just yet. The spirit could be there for some time until they kind of like get their sea legs, so to say. It's an expression, and where they start to feel more comfortable with this idea that they're nothing but pure energy. They don't need a jail cell to open for them to be free. They are already free. So I wouldn't say that the energy gets stuck. I would say it's more like a soul's choice to temporarily remain there, but at some point they will be an empowered soul where they can be free, and at some point they'll decide that they want to cross over, but they're never going to be stuck. Jenna, always washing them die. Candace, Crystal M, thank you. Oh, thank you, Steve. Much love, thank you. I packed up, sold all my things, and tried to move to High Vibeville, but got hoovered back in, then lost my car, work, and now I feel stuck, back surrounded by toxic narcs. What does my higher self suggest for me? Okay, so what's being shown to me, Steve, about your energy right now is, you know, like in cartoons, like specifically like Looney Tune cartoons, like it's being shown to me as Bugs Bunny specifically for some reason. But like Bugs Bunny in a Looney Tune cartoon, they would show him like running, you know, like getting ready to run, and they'll show the little legs moving, and then they show Bugs Bunny running off, but they'll still show like the energetic imprint of his legs running. So energetically, this is a representation of how you're kind of still straddling two different energetic planes of existence, where your consciousness is ready to ascend and you're ready to get to the next version of yourself, but the 3D version of yourself is still lining up with 3D energies in the world. So it's like your intentionality and the higher version of yourself is ready to move on and ascend. That's the part that was like running, and it zipped the fuck away. But what's being shown is there's a piece left behind. That's the 3D part of you. So look at it this way. You are in between two levels energetically. You are working on lining up with the next version of yourself, but you're not quite there yet, and you're still on some level an energetic match for where you are right now. That's even why you had said it specifically in the question and the way that you had phrased it, where you said, I feel stuck, back surrounded. So, and I also thought I had said, yeah, you got hoovered back. You got hoovered back because you're not quite an energetic match for the next version of yourself. So, what do I always say, Steve? You're an expert at this now. Stay in the high vibration. Keep working on raising your vibration at any and all cost, as long as it doesn't hurt another person. Because when you do that, all of these lower, denser energies and these, as you have called them, toxic narcs, they will no longer be an energetic match for you on any level, and they will fall away. So Steve, stay in the high vibration. At any and all cost, stay there. Find other ways of raising your vibration. If you haven't seen it in a while, go back and watch the video I had done on 3 weeks to change your life and raise your vibration, because there's tips and tricks in there on how to raise your vibration. We talked about this just a couple of days in the live stream, right? Like, what's your bliss? Find that and shamelessly exploit that shit. So again, for me, it's music. For some people, it's swimming. For some people, it's, I forgot what the name of it is, but it's where you're finding like little stones out in nature and you're polishing it, right? What's your bliss? Find that shit. And if you don't yet know what your bliss is, find it. This is an invitation for you to find it, because once you find it and you stay in that vibration, the lower energies are going to fall away from you. So I hope that answers your question, Steve. Crystal said, Candace, you're welcome. I love how amazing and supportive we all are here. Yes, I also love the 1111. Thank you for pointing that out, Beth. Deborah, I'm really enjoying this time with you and everyone. Feels like visiting family and being all alone. Today is a really good day. I feel the love. This is part of the reason I decided to create or open my own YouTube channel, was because I knew what it felt like not to have that community. And I was like, if I can't find it, I'm gonna make it. Because surely I can't be the only person out there in the whole big wide world with 8 billion souls on it, or so they claim. I know I can't be the only person that's going to be interested in these things. So if I can't locally find my tribe, I will cast a wider net on the World Wide Web, and I will find my tribe, and I will make my tribe. So Deborah, I am very, very glad that you found your tribe, because you're a part of it right now. So much love to you, Deborah. Moon, I feel you, Jenna. We will get through it. I guess we gotta get to the root of those belief systems. It's an invitation for us to. It really, really is an invitation for us too. And it's so interesting because I just finished reading like one of my favorite books, and it's a fantasy series, and because that's all I read. But there was a scene in the book where the main character, there's like it's actually very apropos to what's going on in the world right now, or I wouldn't even like be bringing it up. But there's a specific scene where there's like a war that's playing out, and the main character is trying to get like a supernatural force to agree to fight in the war with Team High Vibe. So the supernatural force said, I will agree to fight with you, but you got to get me this one thing that I want. And it's called like a Ouroboros mirror or something like that. You got to get it for me. If you get it for me, I'll agree to fight with you. And who has it? A different character in the book. So she goes to the other character and she says, I want this mirror. And the character says, okay, no problem. It's yours if you can look in it. Because everybody that has looked into it prior, they either go crazy or they run away and they can't even look in it anymore. So it sounds really scary. And she's like, she's psyching herself out. She's like, I can't look in the mirror. Okay, I guess I can't get this supernatural force to help us fight. And then one day, like, she's like, oh, it's too fucking gnarly. Like, we're not going to win this war. I really need to go get the item. So she goes to the location where the item is, and she looks in the mirror. And what's in the mirror? What does she see? The wounded parts of herself. It's the parts of ourself that we feel are unworthy, or we feel like those are the parts, if other people knew about them, they would surely turn away from us and they wouldn't love us because it's so hideous and it's so ugly. So the reason all of these people were losing their mind when they were looking into it, some of them didn't even know that that's what they were seeing. They could have seen like this hideous looking beast in the mirror, right? Because maybe on some level they're, I don't really want to say that they're hideous, but maybe on some level there's parts of themselves that they internalized to have been hideous, right? Or some people would look in the mirror and they would see like this like shrunken up and shriveled little disgusting disempowered little thing, and it would freak them out so much. What they were actually seeing was the wounded parts of themselves. So that scene in the book was actually a metaphor for when we can see the parts of ourselves that we deem to be unworthy or unlovable, and we can accept them and we can embrace them, we are no longer going to be held back by anything. Because again, the scene in which she was like, she brought this item to the supernatural force, and he said to her, he's like, I actually have no need for this. She's like, so what did you make me go get this then for? And he said, because I needed to make sure you were somebody worthy to fight for. In other words, are you somebody that's going to be willing to do the deeper inner work where you're going to look inside of yourself and you're going to see the parts of yourself that you think are unlovable and you're going to love them anyway? Because who did the supernatural force want to align themselves with? A supernatural force. And if we are willing to look inside of ourselves and not be held back by anything, we're fucking supernatural. Because we have then transmuted the darkness inside of us into nothing but pure positive energy by loving the fucking daylights out of it. That's all I have to say about that. And does she know happened to her name is Kathy, I miss my mom? How long ago did your mom cross over? And I need her first and her last name, because just a first name is not going to help me. Oh my God, hold on. There was another person I was supposed to look into. Ashley, it's your grandfather, right? Ashley, can you comment down below with his name again? Because there's too many comments. I don't want to go back in time to find your grandfather's name. Comment again with your grandfather's name and I'll look into him. Jamie, dang, we all need to send Steve some high vibes ASAP sending. A lot of love going your way, Steve. Though the journey can feel, and to some extent it is a lonely one that we have to walk to get to the next version of ourselves, positive vibes being sent our way is always going to be beneficial. Steve, Jamie, thank you. Means a lot right now. Jamara, thanks, Faye. Will do. You're welcome, love. Jamie, of course. Moon, Faye, I love your response to Jamara, but what if I'm not sure where it started or which timeline to connect to? I have a lot of trouble knowing where the disempowerment trauma started. Book a session with me. I will find that shit. I am like a energetic excavator. If you're not sure where it started, I will find that shit. I promise you that. Or here's my go-to response: meditate. If you don't have a meditation practice, sit down and meditate. And I don't want to promise you like on the first time you meditate, the answers are going to come through. If you sit down and you consistently meditate for a 3-week period, holy fucking hell, are your guides going to bring you some solid truths in there. So meditate or book a session with me, honey. Oh, and by the way, this is a good time to announce, guys, it's my birthday. I only once a year annually do a big ass motherfucking sale on my website. 24% off, because it's 2024. 24% off all services, all readings on my website. No coupon code necessary. I lowered all the prices temporarily until tomorrow. It was supposed to be until midnight tonight, but I have a feeling I'm going to be too tired, if you know what I mean, to change the prices at midnight. So I'm going to change them prices sometime tomorrow. So you still got time, whether you're watching this live or whether you're part of the replay crew, you still got time if you want to go and you want to book a session with me. 24% off, y'all. Tanya, with you all the way. Steve, he's ascending. Steve is ascending, I promise you that. We're all ascending. That's how I know that. Anita, Anita, I'm so glad you made it, love. Happy birthday, Faye. Enjoy your dinner and those cupcakes, girl. I have a feeling my son is gonna enjoy the cupcakes a little bit more than I will, but that's okay because I got my fancy pantsy drink. And that's probably like all the sugar I'm gonna have for like the next 2 weeks. Because parasites, y'all, parasites. If you know, you know. Steve, thank you, Tanya. Jenna, I was just learning how to pray to God properly, and I asked one if it would like help breaking away from the jailhouse, and it said, oh my God, Jenna, I have chills right now. So I asked God to come take him home, and he was gone. Oh my God. Jenna, that is, dude, I love that. I have all the feels right now because of that, Jenna. Jamara, good point at Moon. I have a lot of missing memories. So when we have missing memories, that's a trauma response. That is where the event that has happened was so traumatic that we literally cannot hold onto it. So we are blocking it out. So when we have blocked memories, it's a trauma response. Steve, bugs. What did you? Oh, yeah. I got it now, Steve. It took me, you're sometimes too clever that it actually takes me a minute to understand what you're talking about. Ronald, can you tell me what gifts and abilities I have and how I can start to use them? Thank you. I can. So here's what you're going to do. You're either going to book a session with me because I have a new service. Very excited. I get to talk about it. It's called Gift Confirmation and Guidance Session. So if you want to know what gifts and abilities anyone who's watching this, you personally have, if you want to know the gifts and abilities that you have, this is what you're going to do. You're going to book that session with me. I'm going to be able to see the gifts and abilities that you uniquely have, because everybody has a unique set of gifts and abilities. I will tell you what your unique set of gifts and abilities are. Then I will give you guidance on how to work with them, invite them in, and start to get comfortable working with them. Because everybody needs different things to get comfortable with their gifts and abilities. So it's not like one size fits all, right? Because let's say one person has the gift of clairaudience and it comes in like somebody is literally talking in their ear. They're going to need to learn how to work with that differently than somebody that doesn't have that, and they're getting gifts and they're getting the messages through the external world through a different way. So the way in which you are gifted is going to directly determine the way in which I'm going to be working with you on how to get comfortable with them. It is an amazing session. If you don't believe me, go to my website and check it out, because I have some like testimonials in each of the service that I have offered, in which you can see how I have helped other people work with their gifts and abilities. 24% off, you all, sometime until tomorrow, January 5th. You really want to get in now if you can. Shameless plug, you all. My station, I can do it every now and again. Find your bliss, Steve. Steve, find your bliss. Find it and exploit it, as long as we're not hurting anybody. But here's the thing, if we're trying to get in the high vibration, there's no way that it can be something where it's going to be hurting another person, because that's literally the opposite of high vibration. You are welcome, Steve. Deborah, love you. Yeah, need more tribal members. Need a partner in crime, so to speak. An adventure mate. Do you see that happening for me? It's dependent on you and your energy, actually. You have some sort of a block right now. That's what I see. It almost feels like not fully, it feels to me like it's not trusting that you can have a healthy partnership. So this is a trust issue for you, Deborah. And you're not alone in that. Jenna, yes, Moonha. I've been told to go back to those moments in childhood and defend yourself from the bad guys. It's helped a lot over the years. So something that, in tandem with that, Jenna, something that really helped with me a lot is, thank you, Steve, by the way. I see that. That just came up as a notification. Something that helped me a lot is inner child healing. And this is, I wouldn't exactly say that this is like a service that I can offer. I'll more share with you what it entails. But basically, think about you now as an adult. being able to go back to the wounded or disempowered version of yourself and being able to give yourself what you needed at the times that you were feeling disempowered or you were feeling scared or like you weren't able to defend yourself. So if you have a particular trauma or a particular wound where you felt not safe in the world, then imagine. So for me, let's say I had a and you can see I still get activated by it. So it's really healing these things. It doesn't happen overnight. It's not like snap your fingers and you're healed. But I had something happen to me when I was 3 years old, and that was an instance where it happened on the school bus. My parents weren't there to protect me, right? So I had to imagine myself being with 3-year-old little version of Faye and being the advocate for myself when nobody was there to advocate for me. So being able to say to 3-year-old version of Faye, it's okay, you're safe now. Because trauma, the way that trauma shows up is it's sticky, right? It's the example I always give is imagine you spilled orange juice on the floor. And even if you wipe the orange juice down, but you haven't used anything wet to wipe it with, there's going to be a sugary residue that's left behind. And sugar is very sticky. Guess what? So is trauma. So trauma is sticky, and it can energetically hold us in a certain place because of the stickiness. Now imagine, if you will, certain traumas are more, it's going to sound funny to say it, but certain traumas are more traumatizing than others. So that would not be like where you spilled a small cup of sugar onto a small cup of OJ. Imagine you spilled the entire bottle of OJ. There's going to be some spots on the floor that we can't necessarily get to because it's an entire bottle. And we might think that we mopped all of it up, but maybe there's a spot under the chair here, or maybe there's a little thing there. The stickiness is going to remain. And that stickiness holds us in place energetically. Or it's not like, here's the thing, I don't want to be like I don't want to be all gloom and doom. It's not like you're going to get stuck there forever. Some trauma can be very, very traumatizing, that it holds back pieces of ourselves, and then what will happen is when it's almost like it fractures our energy. Part of ourself is held back in the future, and part of ours has continued to move on and to age. But we're not living energetically unified because part of ourself is fractured and it's living in the past. You will sometimes see this where somebody has been sexually abused, for example. They, look at Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson almost got energetically, in his entirety, fractured and held back in time to the point where he felt so unsafe in his life that he had to create Neverland, where he could surround himself in all of the things of his childhood that he felt deprived from having in his life, because it was the only way for him to have it and to feel safe, by having created something for himself that he could actually go to and he could actually live in. So that's a really, really clear example of where somebody was very energetically frozen because of their trauma. So imagine, if you will, this is all a very, very long aside. I tend to do this, as you guys probably know by now. But what you can do is you can imagine going back to the traumatized version of ourselves where we felt disempowered or we felt unsafe, being there for that version of ourselves and telling that version of ourselves what we needed to hear at that time. So for some people, they may need to hear, it's not your fault. For some people, we need to hear, you're safe now. For some people, we need to hear, everything is going to be all right. So tell that version of yourself what you need to hear. And there's another thing you can do as well. Imagine, with Michael Jackson, he literally created a Neverland where he could go to when he needed to feel safe. in your own mind, create a safe place for that version of yourself to be, where they will literally be safe. And if they feel so unsafe in the world, it's kind of like it's not like a guided meditation, but it's kind of like a mental exercise that you're doing where you know there's a safe version, there's a safe place where a younger version of yourself can reside, where nobody can hurt that child, i.e. you as a younger version of yourself. No one can hurt you there because you put them in a safe place. So it's a way of kind of like retroactively healing the parts of ourselves that were traumatized. Try that and see how that goes. So again, that was a very long answer. I hope that that resonates, and I hope that you're able to understand the point of what doing that is. Where you're literally being what you needed at that time, and you know you can put yourself in a safe place where you cannot be hurt any longer. Jenna, I'm not keeping up to the chat. I'm meal prepping, so you're all fucking wonderful and look hot as hell today, FYI. We sure as hell do, because this is not only a loving, warm, and supportive chat, but it is just fantastic. And I was gonna throw another F-bomb in, but I decided not to. I'm showing restraint, y'all, today. I'm showing restraint. Beth, Jenna with a smiley face. Beth, thank you for that. You're welcome, love. Jamie, Jenna, you are freaking awesome yourself. Guys, we're an energetic match for each other. We're all freaking awesome because we're all energetic matches. Kristen, oh my God, I'm so glad that you were able to catch us and you made it today. Hi, Kristen. Ashley, yes, my grandpa, Walter Elliott. Thank you. Okay, so Walter Elliott, what did he want to share? He's got some, wow, he's got some secrets. So he was showing me, imagine like a grandfather wearing a cardigan, but the cardigan has such deep pockets that they go down to the floor. So your grandpa was showing me that he's got secrets that are so deep. His cardigan pocket doesn't end where a regular cardigan pocket ends. It goes all the way down to the floor. And he said it would take him, it's kind of like the, you know, a clown car? So imagine a clown car from circuses from days of yore. And what a clown car would be is, let's say like a VW Bug would drive up onto a stage in a circus and it would park. VW Bugs are quite small, right? They're compact cars. So anyone looking at that would be like, okay, maybe there's 4 people that could fit in that car. And then what actually happens is through the course of many, many minutes, you're seeing more and more people coming out of the car, and they're clowns and they're all numbered. So you don't have to like count how many people were actually jammed in there. There's actually like, because they're labeled, they have numbers on them, like clown number 1. At the end of them getting out of the cars, there's like 23 or 25 people that fit in that. And it's like, how though? How though did they all fit in that car, right? How though did they all fit in? It's a clown car. They were doing all sorts of things with their bodies, contorting themselves to fit in a way that normal people can't do these things. Your grandfather is basically indicating his cardigan sweater and the pocket in his cardigan, it's like a clown car, but it's a clown car of secrets. So he's saying to me, how much time do you have? Because we're going to be here for a while if you want to start to unpack all of the secrets that are in his pocket. He also said to me, some things are so deeply compacted in there, he's not even sure he can get to them any longer. Like there's things that even he doesn't want to even talk about. He doesn't even want to talk about them. So he's got a lot of secrets that he can share, but there's some of them that even he doesn't even want to look at. Some of them he's shoved so far down into the bottom of his pocket, he would need to have like an arm as long as an elephant trunk to stick it down and to get it and to pull it up. So he's kind of indicating to me To go through all of the secrets, how much time do you have, girl? Because that's how long it would take. A lifetime? Because he was in the club for a really, really long time. He has had an accumulation of experiences shoved in there, a lifetime's worth. And some of them are so deeply shoved down, he would need an arm as long as an elephant trunk to gain access to it. So there's probably a lot that we can unpack there. But again, how much time do we have? Probably not nearly enough to even like start to even make a dent into it. You're welcome, Ashley. Anne, your mom's name was Catherine or Kathy Kelly, 2007. Interesting. What's being shown to me about your mom, Anne, is she feels very energetically tied to the place that she was in, but it's actually because she feels some like a sense of almost like loyalty to the women that she met while she was there, and some of the women that might actually still even be there. So it's almost like she made a choice to stay there, to be a source of spiritual and emotional comfort to these people, even if they themselves don't know that she stuck around to be there for them. She kind of like took it up. She's actually saying to me that in her death, she found a different kind of a sense of meaning for herself. And the sense of meaning for herself was where she could be of service to other people that are still there. So I hope that answers your question. You're very, very welcome, Kristen. Thank you so much for popping in to say happy birthday. Oh, by the way, guys, if you want me to do mini energy reads, I'm all for that. I love it. I'm here for that. But if you want me to do them, please leave me like a super thanks or a super chat. Because it's not fair to the people that have left me a super thanks or a super chat for me to look into their energy. It's like, why did they have to pay to have it done when other people didn't pay? And that's on me too, because I didn't say that at the get-go. So I'm saying it now. For anybody else that wants me to do like a mini energy read for them, out of a sense of fairness for everybody that's here, please leave a super chat or a super thanks or something like that with the question of what you want me to look into, okay? Jenna, ooh girl, solid advice. I've lived a lot of lives in my 44 years as of today, so what were those life lessons for, or if not to pay it forward? That would be really shitty. Like I may not know I'm a glutton for punishment, but I don't think I'm a glutton for punishment where it's like, punish me, future version of Faye or highest version of Faye, give me hardship and I want to do nothing with it. No, it's like, I've had these hard times so that way I can pay it forward and I can be in service to humanity. Because Jenna, guess what? In addition to having my North Node in Virgo, I also have a stellium of planets in Virgo in my second house. So clearly there's a focus and a concentration in this incarnation as Faye where I am meant to be of service. So there you go, love. Jenna, back at you, Jamie. You're welcome, Beth. Anita, what are you going to order for B-Day meal? Healthy or comfort food, LOL. Healthy. Because I'm that person now. I'm going to take my son for cupcakes and I don't even think I'm going to have one. It's really for him to, that he'll have a positive association about these things. I don't do unhealthy food anymore. For dinner last night, I made steamed vegetables in seitan. Not because I'm a vegetarian, I eat meat. I just genuinely sometimes have a craving for seitan. Not to be confused with the way it could sound if someone said it wrong, which would be Satan. Not Satan, seitan. I'm a healthy eater now, so I'm gonna have a healthy meal, and god damn it, am I gonna enjoy every bite of that healthy meal. Thank you for asking, Anita. That's awesome. Happy 2 to 4. Jamara, all the internalization I do to even realize I have trauma is that deep is wild. Booking soon. I will help you. I promise you that. Anne said the 12. I'm not sure what that is, honey. Jamara, anyone, and will need the gift one too. I blocked out a lot of gifts because it was, yes, because it was scary. I think we've all done that. Like, who are these people? Yay to growth. So I'm going to share with you, I've lost count of how many people have told me they had gifts and abilities when they were younger and they blocked it out because they were scared. I blocked my gifts and abilities for 35 years because they scared me, right? Again, I want to compare it to that faucet on the sink. When we turn off the sink in our kitchen or for our shower, when we turn the faucet off, does it mean we're turning it off forever? No, it just means that we're turning it off until the next time we need to turn it on. So even if you've suppressed your gifts and abilities for 50 years, guess the fuck what? They're still yours. You can still access them because they're contracted to you in this lifetime. That's the beautiful thing about the way that gifts and abilities work. We cannot eradicate them in their entirety. We can only temporarily turn them off, like turning off the water in our shower when we're no longer showering. Crystal, what's the website? SoularFlow.com. That's my website, SoularFlow.com. 24% off, y'all, until sometime tomorrow, January 5th. Deborah, oh my God, you are 100% correct. I do have trust issues. Not a mate for love, just someone to go hiking with. LOL. Well, here's the beautiful thing. This is not an energy read. Otherwise, I would be like, give me a donation. But I'm saying this because this is actually true for a lot of people in this group. So when something is coming in this strongly for me to share it, it's like the difference between, for example, like putting on the headlights in your car, which is only going to illuminate a small space, versus like, you know what they do in the Batman movies? They put on that big motherfucking bright light with the Batman outline. It's the difference between that. We're not just illuminating a small portion, it's for everybody in this chat. Which is to say that just like with energy and just like we're starting to ascend, and we're going to start to allow and make room for other high vibration energy to start to come in, part of what we're doing when we find our tribe of like-minded people, it's getting us ready to get ready to find our people in a one-on-one kind of a capacity. Because it's like, it's showing us, oh, hey, maybe there were so many years of my life where I felt like I couldn't connect to anybody, or I felt like there wasn't a community that I can belong to, but now you know that there is. So it's getting us ready to find our people, maybe like on a local level, or to find our people maybe on a romantic level, or to find our people on a one-on-one level. It's kind of like it's a primer, it's a prep. We're all getting prepped to find our people. Deborah, that was funny. I have to say, not only are my subs awesome and supportive and warm and loving and fabulous, we're also funny as fuck. Jamie, any message from my grandma, Renee Schmidt, please and thank you. So I'm gonna have to enforce what I had said earlier. I am happy to look into and do mini energy reads for everybody, but it has to be with a super thanks or a super chat. And it's not because I don't love you, Jamie, you know I love you. It's because I want to make it fair for everybody that's here. So unless it's a message that's meant for the collective, if it's a personal question, please see my earlier statements. Jenna, I've been working on my blocks this past year and woo-wee, have things taken off. That's what happens. Isn't that fucking, I think I'm dropping the F-bomb too much, but isn't that amazing the way that it works? Once we get comfortable with it, we can invite more and more of our gifts and abilities to come in. So I love that that's happening for you. And yes, it's going to happen when we start to unblock ourselves. And one thing that may actually help, guys, if you haven't seen the segment in the latest AMA on decalcifying your pineal gland, go back and watch that segment. That can be one of the first steps in starting to unlock some of our latent gifts and abilities. Jenna, always go back to the inner child. Everyone, check in and see how they feel. Most of our, most but not all, and I'm going to explain what that means in a second. Most of the formative trauma in our life starts in our younger years. And then from that first big trauma in our life, it actually will set up the blueprint of how we will respond to trauma in the future. So what's your F, if you will, right? There's 4 Fs: freeze, fight, fawn, flight. Are you gonna faint when there's trauma? Meaning, are you gonna disassociate? Are you going to fight? Are you gonna freeze? Right? So what is your F? Your F, when it comes to trauma, is going to be energetically blueprinted into you at the time of the first trauma in your life. So if you can get back to the first trauma, everything that has happened thereafter in your lifetime, you can view it through the lens of understanding, oh, I responded that way at that time because I was already energetically tapped into what my particular blueprint is. Am I a fighter? Do I disassociate? Do I freeze? Find the origin point and you can start to heal all the other instances of trauma in your life when you view it through that new lens. Jamara, yes, I was doing inner child healing yesterday. Happy to reconnect with all the girls I remember and let them know it's okay. I love that, Jamara. More of that. Beth, kudos to you, Jenna. I don't even know where to begin, LOL. Meditate. Seriously, guys, go back and watch the video, 3 weeks to change your life and raise your vibration. There is so much goodies in that video. Please go back and watch it. There's a reason I create content like this. There's a reason I put it out there for free. The purpose is to help, to be of service. So please go back, watch those videos. There's so many good gems and so many good goodies in there that are going to help guide you on your way to even establishing where the trauma began. And part of that may have to do with meditation, or shameless plug, book a session with me. Steve, at Jenna, that's so good to hear. I am happy for you. Working on blocks and then feeling the rewards of tough work. It does come. It absolutely comes. And here's the thing, I think some people may also feel like, well, I don't want to go backwards and look at my trauma. That's me temporarily lowering my vibration because I'm going backwards and I'm dealing with my trauma. Not true. Think of it like each instance of trauma is a point in our life where we're locked in time. So when we actually go back and we deal with the trauma, we're leveling up because we're unlocking a place where our energy is stagnant or where our energy is stuck. So if we can go back and unlock those places, we're actually calling more parts of ourselves into the present, which is doing what? It's empowering us. So don't feel like if you go backwards, you're going to be disempowered. You're actually empowering yourself because you're calling to the present day. You're calling all parts back. Tay, ooh, my first SoularFlow live. Hey Tay, I'm glad that you were able to make it. Jamie, I think is that Jamie? Yeah, Jamie said hi Faye, hi love. Tay said hi everyone. Oh no, Jamie said hi Tay. That made more sense because I was like, Jamie, you've been here for a while. I mean, I'm okay with you saying hi, but I didn't understand why you were saying it again. And then I realized it's because you weren't. Glad you made it, Tay. Steve is saying hey Tay. I love everyone is saying hey Tay. Hello Tay. Jenna, sticks to your gut like cheese. It absolutely can. Jenna said, thanks, Blair. Tay, you're all so nice. I hope you're all having a lovely day. Like attracts like. We're all so nice here because we're all an energetic match for each other. I would not have it any other way. No, 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 not nice people here. Boo, not nice people. Jenna, it took some looking into. I didn't know where to begin either. So the question then, if you're comfortable sharing with it, Jenna, is what was the origin point for you in which you were able to start to unlock it? Tay, message redacted or retracted. Boo, retracted messages. Boo. We like transparency here. Post it again, Tay. Unless it wasn't nice. But I don't think it was not a not nice message because we are not a vibrational match for not nice messages. Deborah, we're just talking and she's answering questions from chat at Tay. Oh, I think Tay must have asked a question and Deborah just answered it. Yes, that's it because Tay said, thank you. Deborah said, welcome, Cabrina. Soul retrieval helps bring our energy back to us after trauma. I've had it done and gained back parts of myself from childhood and adulthood, different types of trauma. I love that. There's a lot of different healing modalities, and they all work for different kinds of people because here's the thing. Some people are not, for some people it's not going to energetically match and energetically align with them where they're going to be, they're the ones that have to do the actual work, right? And some people need a more visceral experience. They want to be the ones to actually go back and do really, really deep work. They don't want to have it done for them. They need to have the visceral experience of doing it themselves. That's why I love that there's so many different kinds of healing modalities right now, because anything that's going to help us get into the higher vibration, that's all that matters. So know yourself and know what kind of experience you need to either where you're having it done for you or where you're the one that's doing the actual deep work on yourself. Whatever it is that works for you, do it, because that's going to help you get into a higher energetic state. Is that, yeah, Jamie at Cabrina, what is soul retrieval? Deborah, interesting at Cabrina. Jenna, I made my home my safe place. The inner tiny child fucking loves it here. I love that. I think that's a really, really great point. Our home is our domain, and to that end, it should feel safe, it should feel warm, it should feel inviting. We should feel at our best when we are in our space. And if we don't, that's an indication something is misaligned energetically. So if you don't feel safe in your own personal home, it's an invitation to try to figure out, why do you not feel safe in your home? What's the energetic misalignment? And yes, there's another video. You can go back, high vibe home. I think there's some tips and tricks in there on how to make your home the best version of high vibration for you in particular. Jenna, oh, I just read that. Tay, no, I love me some F-bombs. Welcome them warmly. You have come to the right place, Tay, because I'm a walk and talk and F-bomb dropper. Like, I love, oof, do I love dropping a good curse. That's the thing. For me, cursing raises my vibration. Like, I just feel like, I don't know what the fuck it is. I just feel like it lines me up with a part of myself that feels like home. That's all I can say. It's the part of me that loves to wear a leather jacket and combat boots. It just resonates with that version of Faye. Albert, hi, hey Faye, hi Albert. I'm glad that you made it to a live. Thank you for joining in the birthday celebration. Steve, ha ha ha. Numbered clowns, that's quite funny because that's actually what it is. If you guys have never seen it yet, because they don't do circuses anymore. It's like inhumane to animals, and it's like after Cirque du Soleil came around, they basically put circuses out of business. See if you can go back, see if you can find videos on YouTube of clown cars, and it's a how many clowns can fit in that car? much trauma do we have stuffed into ourselves that we don't even know about, right? It's all connected. How many secrets do we have stuffed inside of ourselves? Same thing. Oh, awesome. Tay just joined my membership as well. It says, welcome to Behind the Veil videos. Welcome, Tay. Anyone here that is a member, I'm going to encourage you to let Tay what a treat she is in for with all of those videos, because holy fucking hell, you made a very good decision, in my opinion, by joining my membership. Cabrina at Jamie. I worked with an energy healer and she accessed my past and could psychically see points of trauma. She accessed my energy by going into other realms and retrieving soul pieces. I fucking love that. Steve, I think that says holy, a pocket. That's a clown car of secrets. That's fascinating. Yep. Jamie, okay, Caprina, that is so interesting. Never heard of that. So I do like half of that. Because like, what am I an energetic match for? I'm more of a visceral experience kind of an energy worker. So what I will do is I can do the first part of that for my clients. I can see the points of origin for their trauma, but I'm not going to retrieve it for them. I will give them the tools on how they themselves can go back and do that. I don't do it for them then. Because again, what am I an energetic match for as an energy reader? I am a visceral experience, I need to do it myself kind of a person. So I'm not going to do it for them because that's not my jam. I want to empower people by giving them the tools they need to do it themselves. So if you are a visceral person and you want the experience of doing it on your own, I am here for you. But again, there's no wrong or right way of doing it. That's why I love all of the different healing modalities that are coming to the fore right now. Because it's not going to work for everybody to do it themselves. Some people, it's just not going to resonate with them on an energetic level. So they may want to know the point of trauma, but they want to have somebody that's going to be calling those pieces back in for them. So there's no wrong or right way. That's all I want to say about that. Steve I think I missed a I missed a comment. Jamie said, at Cabrina, was your current life past, was your current life past accessed or past life? Just curious. That's a good question. Steve at Cabrina, I was hooked up to a machine that could read those things. So I totally believe you on the traumatic imprint and drainage of energy points. It absolutely works. There is no question that these things work, in my opinion. Cabrina, at Jamie, my current life, but I could tell the reader could see some past life trauma. The focus was current life. Because if you can, and here's another shameless plug, another new service that I offer is called Past Life. What did I name it? I try to be very clever with the way that I name my services. Past life regression and Akashic reading revelation. So one of the services that I offer, yes, shameless plug. In addition to sharing the goods, I'm also doing some shameless plugs with y'all. But one of the new services that I offer is where we will actually go through your Akashic records and look back at previous incarnations that you have had and the sticky trauma and the imprints that were made in those lifetimes that were so sticky that they carried through from multiple different lifetimes. So it's kind of a way of, by knowing about them, again, empowering the people I work with, that they can call all those parts back into themselves, where they're not just addressing the trauma in this current lifetime, they're addressing the trauma in all of their previous incarnations as well. Jamie, wow, that is very interesting. Thank you for that. I love all healing. This is why I love all healing modalities. I think they're all fantastic. Cabrina, at Steve, wow, I've never heard of such a machine. That's intriguing. What is it called? Jenna said bless. Jamie, oh, thank you. Much love to you, Jamie. This is for the question I asked about my grandma. Thank you. Wonderful. You're welcome. I just need her name again. So if you comment your grandma's name again, I'll look into her. Okay, love? Moonha, does eating meat lower your vibration? Fantastic question. So I'm going to answer that because I was a vegan for 2 years, and I was a very strict vegetarian for about 7 years. Now, there's pros and cons, and I'm going to say to you that the period in which I was strictly vegan was a period in time where I was the most psychically open. Without it involved very, very minimal effort because my body was so clean and so pure. I'm going to talk about that in a minute because it's not to say that meat is not clean and it's not pure. I'm going to address that. It's just to say that I was vibing at a different energetic state, that I was a walking psychic energetic vessel. I didn't have to meditate. I was just like going out into the world. I was just like having downloads left, right, and center. That can also be a little bit dysregulating, first and foremost. Part of the reason I was so high at that time, though, was it was a period in my life where I was doing, it was my second, I want to almost say it was the time when I had done my first and second yoga teacher training, and through the intense yoga practice and through being around all of those yogis and having joined a spiritual family with my guru, my energy had naturally also been on the rise. So it was kind of like all of these different components came together to raise my vibration to that point that it was at. Now, here's the thing. It's not to say that eating meat is energetically going to lower our vibration. It can, it's not necessarily going to, and here's why. The more energetically we are aligned, the more we can actually feel when we're in a grocery store what meat is okay for us and what meat we should avoid. Because there's some things you could not pay me enough to eat. And it's not because I'm allergic to it. I can just feel how it's not going to be the most energetically aligned for me. And there's some things that I've eaten in the past that when I've had it, I could tell there was a lot of trauma in the way I could almost taste the adrenaline. And this is going to make sense also in the big picture of things, because I want you to read between the lines of what I'm saying also. But there was sometimes when I had eaten certain meat and I could taste the adrenaline in it. Because after I had eaten it, my heart would start to race and I felt like I was taking on the energy of the animal at the time that it had encountered its death. So there are certain things I would say in a case like that, when you eat meat, it's going to change your vibration. Not all meat will, however. So you gotta kind of like work with your energy and find what are the things that you can energetically consume. I'm at a point now where I know I'm not allergic to it, but I can't eat fish. Like I can't eat tuna. I used to love tuna. I can't eat tuna. I can eat salmon if it's, wild caught and not farm raised. I can eat beef. There's certain things I can't eat because I know energetically it doesn't work with me. So anytime you want to start to kind of tweak your diet, it's first and foremost an invitation to tap into how food makes you feel after you've consumed it. Because if an animal is killed in a very, very humane way, and for example, like if this is kind of your jam, if you're into organic and antibiotic and hormone free, that's the only meat that I would personally eat. Like you could not pay me enough to bring into this household meat that's not, you just can't. I'm not bringing into my house to feed to myself or to my child any meat product that's not organic, that is not hormone and antibiotic free. I don't want that shit built up in my system. So get really clear on what works for you and get really clear on what doesn't work for you. Now, I'm also going to say the downside of cutting out meat from our diet is that there are certain nutrients that are really bioavailable from meat. That we can, when we eat it, most easily we're going to digest it, and we're most easily going to absorb it. That you're not going to get from anywhere else other than meat. And the reason for that is we have genetically built into our DNA thousands of years of our ancestors being hunters and gatherers and eating meat. So even if we take vitamins because we know there's certain things we can, we're not eating meat, we need to get those nutrients from somewhere. Please understand that most of the vitamins you're going to get in a store are synthetic and they're not even natural, and our body cannot digest and break down synthetic vitamins the way it can break down all natural vitamins. Even like if you eat a cereal and you're like, oh cool, this is, it's added vitamins. It's added synthetic vitamins. So I say we should be eating, my own personal opinion, a wide variety of foods so that way our bodies can absorb all of the nutrients from all of those different various places where they are bioavailable. So that's a very, very, very long answer. Thank you for bearing with me as I went through that. So no, to really break that down and make it very concise, no, not necessarily does eating meat lower your vibration. Not necessarily. Some things that I can tell you for sure as hell are going to lower your vibration. Anything that contains seed oils. So that's going to be anything, and I'm sharing from my own personal experience, or I wouldn't even, who the fuck am I to tell you? My own personal experience. I was at my most energetically unhealthy and energetically depleted when I had replaced meat for synthetic meat alternatives, i.e., what do they call it? Impossible burger, i.e., chicken substitutions of things of that nature. Because frankly, those things are rife with actual toxic ingredients. And our body cannot digest those things as readily as it can digest actual meat. So some of that shit is going to live in your gut for a long fucking time. So it's better to actually consume the things that our body knows how to break down, because it's had thousands of years to learn how to break those things down. So 2% personal opinion, cut out all seed oils and observe as your health will begin to flourish from doing that one thing alone. Cut out seed oils. I promise you will see your health flourish, whether or not you're choosing to eat meat. All right. Kristen said, I would love an energy reading. You got it, love. I'm going to do Jamie first, and then give me your question, Kristen, okay? And I'm going to celebrate again. My comments are reminding me to celebrate anybody that it's your first live and you're leaving a super chat to say thank you. Steve, my guides, you got to hold me back. I'm going on really, really long tangents today, and I think it's because Mercury is direct, and it's I'm so fucking excited to have access to the fullness of all of my thoughts that I'm just I'm sidebar central today. Thank you guys for being so patient with that. Steve, Ufe, you said the hard times are obviously to pay it forward, because they are. The higher me wouldn't give it to me to keep to myself. Duh. Yeah, your sarcasm to yourself was what made it inspiring to me. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that it was able to resonate because of that. Anne, July 12th, she died. Jamara sent, I don't know, what is that, a diamond? Thank you for the diamond, girlfriend. Deborah said thank you. You're welcome, love. Albert, thank you for the super chat, Albert. You gotta let me know what you want me to look into. Beth, oh yes, did my first pineal. Yay! Beth, I am so excited for you. That's all I want to say. Jenna, about that, I can't find any bloody organic lemons or limes in this blessed town. Going out to try again in a couple of hours, it's bonkers. If you cannot find organic, that's okay. It's better to do the decalcification protocol, even if it's not organic, than not to do it at all for that reason, okay? Tay, ooh, 333. A read on my late dad, Brendan Miller. Thanks, Faye. You're welcome. Hold on, I gotta start writing this down because otherwise it's just not a good situation. Hold on. Let me get my other notebook. This is why I have a collection of notebooks around me all the time. And the funny thing is I have one on my lap. I have a notebook on my lap, but it's not that notebook. That's my notebook for channeling. So I can't have different notebooks for different things. All right. Let's get to a fresh page so I can start writing these things down. So Tay wants me to look into her late dad. His name was Brandon Miller. Okay, so Tay, Brandon Miller. Okay, so you're on the list, love. Steve at Cabrina Willis, have the name written down of the machines, but they are the price of a car to buy. Actually, pretty reasonable for ultimate healing on all levels. Jamara, girl, I do about 3 Fs at a time. That's why you're here. That's why you found me. Because this is like the all F-bomb station all the time. Like it's, I literally have to literally hold myself back from cursing. Steve, at Jenna, I had a hard time finding the grapefruits, organic grapefruits. No, very funny. Deborah, you have to go back to deal with any and all trauma. Because energetically, we fracture and we leave parts of ourselves behind. Jenna, you have to go back to the tough times to make them better. You can't pretend it never happened. Be brave, it really works. It works to be better ourselves. Tay, about my read request, my late father was not in my life. I wonder about him. Thank you, love, for the information. Jenna, organic fruits were hella abundant here before the holidays. Hopefully they come back. They might be out of season right now. Deborah, I'm in the same place at Steve. No fresh fruits or veggies. Trying to grow potatoes in my bedroom. Ooh. That's the direction the world is going in, by the way. I think we're all going to have our own personal little gardens. Steve, and we're going to learn how to do what our ancestors used to do. Steve, I have to go. The only ride to the store is leaving and I need dinner. Happy birthday, Faye. See you soon, everyone. I love you, Steve. Thank you so much for joining in the birthday celebrations. Jenna, it's not the most convenient, but I'll tell you in a sec. Okay. Tay, whoopsies. Haha, I don't want to confuse you all. I had just asked about what we were reading about. Jamie, I would like to know about the beings, non-human, that visited me in my home 2 summers ago. I remember that. Okay, so hold on. So this is Jamie. I remember you had commented in my video on that. Non-human beings that visited. Okay. So I'm writing it down, by the way. Everyone who's given me a super chat, I will get to you. I absolutely promise. Let me learn how to talk. I absolutely promise. Don't worry. I chose to come on at 12 o'clock because I wanted to give myself ample time to stay on with you guys until the cows came home, so to say. Deborah, hey, cursing raises my vibes too. I'm a New Yorker and an Aries to boot. Girl, you're my kind of person. Jenna, at Jamie, it's where you call your spirits back from all the places you've left a piece of it over your life. It helps immensely. Deborah, I'm just trying to catch up on comments. I promise I'm going to get to the energy readings. Thank you for that, Jenna, even though it wasn't for me, but it was. Beth, get ready to have your mind blown open in the best way, Tay. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Beth. Deborah, LOL. Okay, Tay, I've been a fan for a while and seen some of the Behind the Veil videos, so I sort of know what I'm in for, but I bet what I haven't seen is a wild ride. I love to be here. We love having you here. Jenna, you'll love the members only content, Tay. It's a lot. In the best possible way. Tay, LOL, at Jenna, I'm ready to watch and hear it all. Something to listen to while I go walk my dog in a bit. Deborah, aw, love that, at Jenna. Jamie, for sure, Tay, you'll absolutely love all the videos. Faye is amazing. Right back at you, Jamie. We're all, guys, we're an energetic match. So if you are here, everything you say to me, you're saying about yourself as well. Jamie, my grandma's name, here we go. Thank you, Jamie. So Jamie, I have Jamie 2 times, but I'm going to do them at 2 separate times. Your grandma's name, Renee Schmitz. Okay. Renee Schmitz. Okay, hang on a second. I'm just catching up in comments, and then I'm going to do the energy readings, okay, guys? Because I really fell behind because I live in Tangentville today. Deborah, yes, she is. Totally agree. Thank you, love. Franca, hi. No, Franca, you're not late. Whenever you made it, you're right on time. I'm at work, but I wanted to say hi to you and everyone. Thank you, love. I'm really, really glad that you took time out of your workday to come say happy birthday. Thank you. Jamara, what service would you suggest for hidden trauma, if applicable? Behind the veil energy read, because that's like the excavation of, it's the mother of all energy readings. If you want to get to the root of what is going on, behind the veil, the signature behind the veil energy read. Ashley, thank you, Ashley, love. Deborah, I live in the country, so I eat game meat only. That's okay. Whatever works for you, you know? Good evening to you, Franca. Oh, hey, Liz. This is such a nice surprise. I'm glad you made it today, Liz. Peace to the chat. Peace right back at you. Deborah, hello, Liz. Greetings to you. Have I told you guys lately how much I absolutely love everyone, all of my subs? You guys are the most warm and kind and just vibrant human beings I've ever had the pleasure of interacting with. Ashley, I hope everyone in this chat gets a surprise gift from the universe in the next few days. Girlfriend, Ashley, ooh, I love that. Deborah, returning that blessing right back at you, Ashley. Liz, is extra virgin olive oil count? So extra virgin olive oil is clean. It is not a seed oil. Seed oils are vegetable oil, palm oil, I almost say not coconut oil. Coconut oil is the clean one. It's on the tip of my tongue. It starts with a C. That's a bad one. Okay, here's the only clean oils you can actually be eating. Olive oil, avocado oil, and coconut oil. Every other oil that there is a seed oil and is actually not healthy and will cause inflammation in your body. So that's going to consist of vegetable oil, palm oil, sesame seed oil. Why can't I remember any of them right now? Probably because I haven't seen them in the pantry, and every time and if I see them in the grocery store, it's like, boo, bad seed oils. I walk right past them and I say boo to them. I actually laugh at them. I snicker. I'm like, you're poison. And the FDA allows them to be sold. So let's reverse engineer this. Instead of telling you what the toxic ones are, I'll tell you what the clean ones are. Coconut oil, avocado oil, and olive oil. Did I just say that twice? Avocado oil, olive oil, and coconut oil. Those are the only healthy ones. Avoid everything else like the plague. Kristen, my question is about my mom, Loris Legacy, who passed away February 24th, 2021. Want to be sure she is okay and what the afterlife is for her. So let me write this down, love, okay? Kristen is asking about her mom, who is named Loris. I think Legacy it's pronounced. Legacy. Okay, Kristen, honey bun, you are in line to have the energy of your mom read. Jamie, at Ashley, you are awesome, sending you high vibes. Thank you, Liz, for the birthday wishes. Franca, hi, Faye, I'm listening from work now, so I'll be able to listen to this live. Awesome. And replay is also awesome. Albert, my question is, will I become a successful actor in Hollywood? Been acting since I was 14 years old and it's been difficult. I live in NYC. Thank you, you're welcome. So Albert's question is, Will he become a successful actor in Hollywood? Success in Hollywood. Okay. Thank you, Deborah. That was the one that I couldn't remember. Castor oil. Castor oil is pure fucking poison. Tate. Oh, guys, Tate, you're most welcome. Frankly, this is where I wanted to spend my birthday. I did some things in the morning to make my energy high vibe, you know, and you guys are like, you're my SoularFlow family. Well, I'm gonna shut you guys out on my birthday. How about a big fat juicy no? Because I want to be with you guys. Again, to reiterate what I had said earlier, I couldn't find my tribe in the 3D world. So I said, I'm gonna cast a wider net and I'm gonna find my people. And I found my people on YouTube. You guys are my people. So of course I want to spend my birthday with you guys. Can I have your Cash App, please? Unfortunately, no, because then I'd have to give you my last name. And I'm a private person, so I can't give you my Cash App because it's my name. It's my first name and it's my last name. So I can't. I actually don't even think I can give you any of my... I can't even give out any of my electronic things because they're all in my name. I think I might have a PayPal account that's, the username I think is @SoularFlow. So try PayPal @SoularFlow. See if that works. Honestly, I don't even remember. Jamie, oh Faye, you make us feel at home. This is the best tribe fam I have ever been in. You are awesome. Thank you, Faye, just for being you. We all love and appreciate you. I love you. Right back at you. And I don't just love you, I love all of you that are here. Now, I have 4 names so far on the list of people that want me to do mini energy reads. I have to go to the bathroom first because I've been drinking my fancy drink, and as what tends to happen when we enjoy tasty drinks, we then have to relieve ourselves. So I'm gonna use this term because Jamara is here and I know it tickled her pink the other day when I used it. I have to go to the little girl's room. I have to relieve myself so I can sit still and I can do these energy readings, okay? That's first and foremost. Candace, oh, I love you guys so much. I'm grateful to find you all. I have never fit in anywhere before. Thank you guys. You are home when you are here, Candace. This is home. I'm sending a big... I wish I could give you an in-person hug. I'm giving you a big, fat, juicy, energetic hug right now. Jamie, oh, got a pee too. Great. This is probably a good time for us to all do a bathroom break. Yes, I'm gonna go potty. So happy you have joined us. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the little girl's room. Please enjoy the beautiful selection of crystals that live behind me that you don't usually get to see. And then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna do the little energy reads, okay? So I'll be right back in a moment, guys. guess what? I also touched off my lipstick when I was in the bathroom, so we're winning all around here. Okay, hold on, let me get my pen and my notebook, all the things I threw down. Hold on, one more crystal I see that I gotta get. I'm like my own little leprechaun. I leave little crystals all around for me to find at any various time. And this morning I actually left a crystal on my little side table over here, and it was just chilling in the sun right now, getting charged by the sun. And I was like, well, what better time to bring it into the fold than right now? Okay, hold on. Did I miss any comments here? Deborah, I feel the same way at Candace. Hello, nice to meet everybody. Jamie, haven't been to Cali in nearly 30 years, Minnesota here. Jamie, it's time to do I think it's time for you to come on vacation. Come over here to where it's warm. Deborah, I grew up in Sacramento. Ooh, no Cal in the house. Right? Crystals all over the place are the best. It's like finding little surprises for yourself. And mine, I happen to have most of mine, not the ones behind me, that's like a very small collection. Most of mine live in like one location, but you know, I like to leave them around because it's nice. Like I want to sprinkle the positive vibes around my home. And my mom, Catherine Kelly, called her Kathy. Kristen, I'm in Worcester, Massachusetts. Hello, everyone. Is it cold enough there for you right now? Okay, so we're gonna look into Jamie's grandmother. Her name was Renee Schmitz. Jamie, is there anything specific you want to know about her, or you just want to kind of see if she has anything that she wants to say? That's also a good question for anyone else that asked me to look into a person who crossed over. So Tay, you asked me to look into your dad, Brandon. Is there anything in particular you want to know from him, or you want to ask him, or you just kind of want me to like connect to his energy and see what he has to say? Same thing for Kristen. Albert asked a specific question and not about a person, so I don't need to know about that. Jamie, okay, any message. Candace, I have never been on vacation or in California. Actually, I haven't been far in a home body. Jamie, okay, no sunlight here in Minnesota. You have seasonal affect disorder there? Okay, Jamie, anything she wants to say? I miss her so much. Kristen, looking to connect to my mom's energy. I have that, baby. Candace, at Deborah, I'm familiar with that area. Nice. How is she? Anything I need to know? Okay, so let's look into Renee Schmidt's energy first. Jamie, she is having a blast on the other side. So she has actually embraced, the way her energy is coming in right now is she's showing it to me in this way. Like imagine, if you will, she's in like an old Cadillac, but a Cadillac like convertible, and the roof is down, and she looks like an old lady, and she has her hair, I don't know if she wore her hair this way, she had her hair in curlers, and she was wearing like a house coat that old ladies sometimes like to wear, but she's in there and she's wearing big ass sunglasses, and she's in the car and she's driving it, and she has like hip hop on, and while she's driving, the car is like bouncing up and down. So what she is essentially saying is, on the other side, she has found parts of herself that she's enjoying even more now that she didn't have the chance to enjoy when she was younger. She loves being on the other side. She is like, what's your fancy, and you will find it here. So if somebody is like the ultimate truth seeker and they want to know all the mysteries of the universe, they can learn all the mysteries of the universe when they cross over. If somebody is the ultimate truth seeker about themselves personally and internally, what they can then do is they can see all of their previous lifetimes and how they were connected and how there was an interplay playing out in each incarnation that was connected to the other ones. If somebody wants to spend time with God, they're just going to go and they're going to sit with God. So she is like, it's fantastic on the other side. She first and foremost wanted to share that, and I actually feel like she's bringing in a similar message to what has been brought into you before, which is, she said, whatever you're going through is temporary, and to remind you to make time for joy in your life now. So in other words, don't wait until you cross over to have fun, because you're going to have fun when you're out of your body and when you're on the other side. Have some fun right now too. Are you, literally she's parroting what was said, what was brought into you by somebody else that has crossed over. Are you making time in your life now for fun? So you're getting two very specific messages targeted for you, which is to say, this is coming from an elevated vantage point of people who love you and care about you. They want to remind you in this incarnation to have a little bit of fun. So I hope that answers your question on what your grandmother wanted to bring in. And don't worry, Jamie, I still have your other question about the non-humans that visited you. That's going to be after Tay. But I'm now going to look into the energy of Tay's dad who crossed over, whose name was Brandon Miller. And let's see what Tay's dad wants to share. While I try to get comfortable in the chair that is not comfortable. Now, Tay, your father's energy is coming in as a more introspective, more, I would say, introverted, more like somebody that you would go on a walk with in a park, and there would be periods of comfortable silence. So, you know, there's some people, like, you're walking with them and you, like, there's so much nervous energy, you feel like you have to talk, you have to say something, because if you don't, then it's just going to be, like, uncomfortable and it's going to be awkward. Your dad wasn't the kind of person like that. He was very introspective and very introverted and liked to have space in his own mind for quiet, but it was a comfortable, companionable kind of a silence that he lived in. He's sharing with me he was he tried to be very discerning with the energy that he had allowed into his life, and he was successful to varying degrees. And part of the reason that he loves actually being on the other side right now is there's nothing but pure positive energy and there's nothing but pure positive love. So for him, he spends a lot of his time on the other side being in companionable silence. That's what he's kind of trying to bring in. Because you can spend, when you cross over, any amount of time with any, it's kind of like a cosmic bazaar. There's different like booths that you can go and you can enjoy and you can spend time at. So again, some of them is sitting with God. Some of them is you can kick it with your ancestors that have crossed over before you. He likes to more spend time on the other side where he's learning the mysteries of the universe, but it's not like he's in a library where he's talking to a librarian about it and they're having a discourse. It's like he'd go to the librarian and he'd say, I want to see books on this particular topic. She'd give him the books. He would sit down and he would immerse himself in it. So he too really enjoys being on the other side because he can, there's no bad vibes. There's no bad energy. It's just love and positive energy. And, you do your own thing and none of the spirits or souls there are like, why aren't you talking with me today? It's not like that. There's nothing but love and acceptance. And also when we don't have a body, we're free from the restrictions that we have here, which is nobody's a mind reader, right? You can't like look at somebody and know definitively. Maybe you can think you know what they're thinking about. We can't know definitively what anybody is thinking about on this side. On the other side, every energy is just open. It's just expansive. So everyone can communicate telepathically. All the souls communicate telepathically. And we're kind of more open and laid bare, where people can see he's doing his own thing. He's vibing on his own vibration, and he likes living a more solitary kind of a life. Now, he shared he's kind of contemplative if he wants to have another incarnation. He's not quite yet sure if he wants to. He's more thinking about, he more wants to have more time to get more answers to the things that he seeks. And then at the end of that, he's going to decide if he wants to have another incarnation or if he wants to move on and if he wants to go, do something else. But I'm also going to share with you, even if he has another incarnation, your dad will be there to greet you when you cross over. And this is something that's very, very important to him, because here's the way that it works. There's, if you will, a part of our soul that resides on the other side in energetic escrow. So even if, for example, we have another incarnation, look at it this way. Once a yoga teacher, always a teacher. I can't not have my visual representations. Okay. If a candle lights another candle, does the original candle light go out? No. A candle can light unlimited number of candles and the original light never goes out. So even if, for example, your father chooses to incarnate into another lifetime, the original candle of him, the original soul's essence, resides on the other side. So whether he incarnates or not, your dad is going to be there waiting for you when you cross over. So I hope that that answer has brought you some level of comfort and if it resonated with you. So now again, I'm going to go back to the question that Jamie had asked. This is, I actually think, one of Jamie's, I remember this, one of Jamie's first comments that I think she had made on my channel in my videos. I think it was the video that I had done on extraterrestrials, Area 51 and all of that jazz, right? And I remember you had said that a couple of years ago you had ETs come and visit you and you were, Tay, I'm so happy. I just saw your comment. I know I have comments I have to catch up on. I just saw yours pop up on the bottom. I'm really happy that I was able to bring that information into you. But so I remember Jamie. Thank you, Natalie Love. I'm gonna get to you in a minute, okay? I have tons of comments I have to catch up on. I know that I do. It's 3 o'clock. Guys, as of 3. I wonder how many I can actually fit in. How many more mini energy reads can I fit in? This is a great question. Because I gotta be off of here in probably an hour and 15, probably minutes, max. So if for anybody that leaves me some sort of a super chat or anything like that, and I don't answer your question, it's just because I've run out of time. In the event that that happens, please drop me an email. You can either submit it on my website in contact, or you can drop me an email directly, hello@solarflow.com. Whatever your question is, I will respond to it via email if I do not get to it here and now. So first and foremost, I want everybody to know, if you are giving me a super chat or a super thanks or anything like that, because you want me to look into the energy of somebody or something, I'm not going to not answer your question. It will either get answered now or it will get answered via email, but I'm not going to leave you hanging, okay? Okay, now back to Jamie. So I remember your comment where you had shared that you were like frozen in space. You were like frozen, but your eyes could work and you could see them walking around. So let's see what was going on with that. Wow. Jamie, are you sitting down? This is fucking wild. So what is shown to me is those entities and those beings that came to visit you were actually a envoy. Good, I'm glad you're sitting down. We're an envoy, if you will. That's the word that came in. They were dispatched from your home planet to check on you and to see how you were doing here. I'm not going to say that they were family members, but I'm going to say that they were close to your family and close to you. So first and foremost, in case you were wondering, surprise, you're a starseed. That's the first thing. And how do we know this? Because wherever the fuck they came from is not here. They came from your home planet and your home location, and they were sent here to check on you and to make sure that you were doing okay in this 3D location that you were in. Yes. So literally they came to check on you. They wanted to make sure, and what's actually being shown to me is they came 2 prior times to that as well, but they came when you were sleeping. And there's something to do with our brain waves when we're sleeping, because our brain is, when we're sleeping, we're actually resting. So there was something about the brain waves when you were sleeping that they had come 2 times prior. They weren't actually able to see if you were genuinely okay, because it's like your body was in a peaceful and relaxed state. So they didn't know while you were awake how you were actually doing. So they were dispatched a 3rd time to come here when you were awake, so they could actually connect you and they could actually get a true representation and a true reading on how you're doing in this incarnation. So they came to check on you. They did not come to harm you. They didn't come to hurt you. They just wanted to make sure that you're doing okay. So that's what I have for you on that, okay? Next, I was asked by Kristen to look into her mother, Loris Lagasse, right? So let's see what I have on Loris Lagasse. A comment just came in. So Suzanne, I have two more mini energy reads I have to do, and then I'm gonna give it back. I'm gonna read all of the comments, okay? So I'll get to yours. Has such a beautiful soul and a beautiful energy. The way Loris's energy is coming into me is kind of like, do you all know the way jasmine smells? Jasmine, the plant, jasmine, the flower. You know, if there's a spring breeze and you're walking past it, the breeze will kind of carry the fragrance of jasmine to you. This is exactly the way your mother's energy is coming in. Sweet and pleasant like that spring breeze, but sweet like the smell of jasmine. She is so at peace on the other side. And she's saying it's unbelievable how veiled we are when we're alive. And this is why our memory has to be wiped before we agree to have another incarnation. Because if we remembered what it felt like to be on the other side and to be in the absolute expression of pure source energy and pure divine love, none of us would ever agree to incarnate again, because we would just want to stay there and be in that feeling, and we would not want to come back. So the experience we have of agreeing to come back and have incarnations and agreeing to have the experiences that we're having is the most, she's almost saying it like it's it makes us the most, I don't know what the word is I'm looking for. It's basically, it makes us the most unselfish we can ever be. Because if we were living in our selfishness, we would never, ever leave the other side. We would just stay there. We would never agree to come back into bodies and have the experiences that we're having. So the fact that we're doing it is where we're showing up in the most unselfish version of ourselves. And that the other side is just this, she's like, I can't, she's saying she can't adequately put it even into words. It's more of a feeling that we have. It's more of it's something that 3D words will not do an adequate representation of. There's no way we can come to understand it in the fullness without experiencing it. And she's saying, the crazy thing is we've all experienced it, but we've all forgotten it. We're all veiled, and that's one of the reasons that the veil exists. Because if not for the veil, she's kind of actually like repeating what came through in the video on Jesus, which was like, if we all remembered what that sensation felt like, we would willingly flink ourselves off of buildings so that we would cross over and we could be in that energy and in that sensation and in that vibration again. So she's basically saying we're veiled so that way we don't do something like that, because we've agreed to come in and we've agreed to have the experiences that we're having in this incarnation. She wanted to share with you, you are doing great. And she said it's not actually a coincidence that the way her energy first came in is as flowers, because she said from the other side she can see that you are blooming the way that oh God, I have chills. You're blooming the way that flowers bloom. And she's really enjoying the experience of watching you bloom and watching you grow in this incarnation. Kristen, I love your mom. Oh my God. That was beautiful. Thank you, Loris. Wow. Literally, I've got fucking chills all over from that. So, Kristen, thank you for asking that question. Loris, thank you for agreeing to come in and to sharing all of that with us. That was magnificent. Okay. Whew. Next we have, yes, she is amazing, and you're welcome. Next I have the question Albert had asked is, will he have success in Hollywood? Albert, I need your last name and I need your consent to connect to your energy. That's the way it works. I don't read anyone's energy without their consent, and it will help me tremendously to have your last name so I can connect to your energy. While I wait for you to comment on that, Albert, I'm going to go back and I'm going to catch up on some of the messages and comments that were left here, okay? Hold on. Wow. Oh, holy shit. I missed a lot of messages here. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, here we go. Okay. So Kristen, how is she? Anything I need to know? Deborah at Candace, did you know that the more places you go is helping you raise your vibe from having new experiences? Travel, and travel some more. At least go for walks in nature. I'm a big fan of walks in nature. If that's at the very least, if that's what we can do. Jamie, yep, that'd be her, LOL. Glad I connected to the right person. Tay, that's awesome, Jamie. Jamie, thanks, Faye. You're welcome, love. Tay, I'm curious of his passing, if it was intentional for him. Alcohol was involved, I think. If he's okay, if he had any messages for me, if he's ever around. I don't feel connected to him, really. Thank you, Faye. The reason you don't feel connected to him, Tay, is because he is more of a solitary kind of a person and a solitary kind of an energy, and because on the other side there's nothing but acceptance, he doesn't feel like he has to be anything other than who he is and anything other than what he is. It's just pure acceptance there. So there's not putting on any airs. He doesn't feel like he has to be somebody that he's not. He does come and check in on you on occasion, but he also shared, you're doing better than you actually think, and he didn't think that you actually needed him. However, he just stated that if you want him to come in, start a dialogue and start a conversation with him, and he will come in. But because the way in which he views your energy is self-assured, so he wasn't under the impression that you needed him. But if you want him to come in, start the dialogue with him and he will come in. Tay, oh my God, weird. I just walked through the park cemetery with my dog. I love that. Jamie, aw, Tay, hugs, so happy Faye connected to your dad for you. Goldie R. Faye, can you tell me about my spirit guides? Tell me about my spirit guides' names. Also, anything you can tell me about my father who has passed. Much appreciation. I can. Goldie, if you want to, what I'm asking for is for anyone that wants me to do a personal mini energy read for them, to please leave some sort of a super chat or a super thanks as an energetic exchange. Look at it that way. So I'm happy to look into those things for you. I'll even put your name down with the questions, assuming that I'm going to answer it now. And if I don't answer it now, then I'm going to email the answers to you, okay? So Goldie wants to know about her spirit guides. You got to give me more details than what do you want to specifically know about them other than names? About guides and names. Anything about your dad. Also, if you want me to look into your dad, I need his name, okay? Tay, I'm just sorry we couldn't get to know each other in life. That's a soul contract that you two actually had prior to incarnating into this lifetime. It's not accidental and it's not coincidental that you didn't get to know him in this incarnation. It's actually a soul contract that you two had prior to incarnating. Deborah, ooh, good question, spirit guides, right? Jamie, that's awesome, Tay. One of my fears is not being able to see my dad when I get to the other side. If you want them, no, oh, first of all, Jamie, no, love. You have a strong, I remember this, you have a strong soul connection with your dad. No, he's gonna be there. And I also remember telling you, you got a gaggle of people on the other side that are not waiting like, where is she? They're going to be the welcoming crew for you when you cross over onto the other side. It's going to be a fucking party for you, Jamie. Oh, here we go. Natalie, thank you. My question is, Natalie, let me write this down. What spiritual guidance do my guides have for me in terms of making the best out of 2024? Thank you. So this is spiritual guidance for 2024 by your guides, right? Spiritual guidance for 2024. Okay, Suzanne, how can I, or is my grandmother trying to reach me? So same thing, Suzanne, if you want me to do a mini energy read for you, I'm going to ask for some sort of monetary compensation in energetic exchange. So super chat, super thanks, anything like that. There's one of my crystals. The pitfalls of having an endless amount of them like hanging around you at any given time. Some of them are going to fall off, right? But something in energetic exchange for me actually looking into this, okay? Frank, hey Frank, I'm so glad that you were able to join us. Thank you for joining us, Frank. Cynthia, hey Faye, hey Cynthia. Albert Delgado, thank you. Let me write this down. Albert Delgado. Don't be nervous, Albert love, don't be. If you're here, that means you've seen my content. You know this. I only align myself with high vibe spirits and high vibe entities. So there's nothing that's going to come in that's not going to be highly aligned for you, okay? But also I need your consent, Albert. Unless you giving me the smiley face was you giving me consent. Jenna, and you put Dave Grohl and Taylor Hawkins on your list, please, Miss Faye. Can you, Jenna, send me an email or go to my website and put the, go into the contact page and put that in, because I'm kind of in the flow. I don't want to stop and start writing things down, okay? Jenna, not sure the world is ready for that one. For Dave Grohl, it doesn't matter if they're ready. It's wake up time. It's reveal time. So they're getting it whether or not they want to. Tay, sorry, Faye. I submitted a... Sorry, Faye. I submitted that at the same time you started the reading for my dad. Thank you so much. That meant a lot to me. Of course, love. Goldie, my name is Fauna. That is a. You have a name, Goldie, that belongs in a fantasy novel. Can I just start by saying that? Holy fucking hell. Wow. I read a lot of fantasy. I should know. Your name belongs in a fantasy novel. Okay. And that's for Goldie. Okay. Anne, I miss my mom a lot. Does she have any messages for me? And my love, I already read you, sweetheart. And if you want any more goods from me, same message goes for you. Please submit something in super chat or super thanks in exchange for the energetic exchange of me looking into the energy of those loved ones around you. Suzanne, you froze up on my connection. Did you have any questions for me about a message from my grandmother, Billy? Yes, Suzanne. This must have been at the point that I froze. If you want me to do a personal mini energy read where I'm looking into somebody's energy, in addition to needing their name, I also am asking for a donation or a super chat or a super thanks because we are exchanging energy. So it's an energetic exchange. One of them happens to be, because this is the work that I do and this is my business in the 3D, is a some sort of a financial thank you for me looking into the energy of a loved one. Faye, how often do you do lives like this? Great question. So this is the first regular live that I have ever done, a regular channel live. In my membership, which you are now a part of, I do 2 members live streams a month, usually every other week. Sometimes they're 10 days apart though, like they were over the holidays where we were getting I was getting a lot of them in. I'm going to just tell you about them, and anyone who's actually listening and you're like, this is fun, I want to be part of the membership crew. There's 3 different tiers. One of them is where you have access to content only, the exclusive content that I create on an ongoing basis, which is fabulous. You can also join if you want to be part of a live stream. That's called the Ladies and Gents Who Lunch. You can hang out, you can ask questions about like what's going on in the world at large, like with the stuff that was going on in Hawaii in Lahaina. A lot of people at that time were asking me like what's going on in Lahaina. And if you want to be part of the reading crew, mini energy reads, that's another tier as well, where and they're all priced kind of differently, but that last one is where you can get mini energy reads. If you guys are enjoying this and you are loving the live vibe, let me know in the comments that you would like me to do more regular live streams on an ongoing basis, and we can do this more often, okay? But guys, let me know that you're enjoying it, okay? If you're not enjoying it, I'm assuming you probably would have logged off already. But if you're having a grand old time, let me know you're having a grand old time and we'll do this more often. Okay, Natalie said yes. I forgot what you said yes to. Okay, yeah. Okay, so you want to have spiritual guidance for 2024. Okay. Deborah, could I ask what my guide's name is? Same answer goes for you, Deborah. Energetic exchange. So because this is the work that I do, if you want me to look, I'm loving all of the hearts, guys. Thank you. And I do love seeing them. It gives me all the feels. So Deborah, if you want me to look into that, then, because this is the work I do in the 3D, some sort of a super chat or super thanks, and I'll look into that, okay? Albert says, yes, I love your content. Yes, I love your content. Yes, consent. Thank you, Albert. Jenna said, no worries, that's a later thing. Thanks, Boo. Albert, my first name is oh God, I'm loving the guys. You're spoiling me with all of the hearts. Give me more, give me more. Albert, my first name is Alberto, if that changes anything. Oh, at the end, not so much. I'm just about caught up, and then I'm gonna look into your energy, Albert. Okay, Deborah, more live streams. And okay, didn't know you read for me, wasn't at my, go back, honey, I read for your mom already, okay? If you have any other questions, specific, I already said what to do. Okay, so we're gonna look into Alberto, then we're gonna look into Natalie, and then if Goldie Goldie knows what she wants to do if she wants me to look into something on her end as well. Okay. So, Alberto, success in Hollywood. Okay, let's see what is coming in for you. Okay, so as soon as I connected to your energy, your higher self, kind of like, imagine I'm playing mental volleyball with your higher self. They lobbied this thought back to me. Why do you want to be successful in Hollywood? Because as what's come through in the past, it's a trauma-based industry. Hold on, Sarah Lee, I think you forgot to read the topics you have in your notebook for the... Oh, thank you, love. I'll get to that. I'll thank you for the reminder. I'll get to that, okay? And the message just popped up and I saw it. That's why I'm mentioning it. So, Alberto, what came in is, why do you willingly want to go into an industry that's trauma-based? So, if this is the first you're hearing of it, go back to a previous AMA in which I had looked into Denzel Washington, because Denzel Washington had shared it's a trauma-based industry. And you're also not going to have full control over who you are if you want to achieve success in the industry. So it's an invitation for you to go within and to explore what's the trauma that's driving you to want to get into that industry. What do you feel you have to prove that being successful in Hollywood is going to give you the validation that you need? Because what's being shown to me is, if you can go within and you can find what that trauma is and you can heal that, you actually won't even need to go into the industry any longer, because you will heal the driving force and the motivation in wanting to get into that industry. And another thing that's actually being shown to me is, if you do go within and you heal yourself and you do that deep internal work, there's a whole nother career that could be waiting for you. Now, again, I'm only saying a potential because free will reigns supreme, right? So you could, for example, it's everything is oriented based on the choices that we make. So there's the potential career, new career, that's waiting for you on the other side, but it's dependent on the free will choices that you make now. So if, for example, you're like, you know what, I still feel drawn to this industry and I still want to get into it, and you don't, let's say, choose to go down the path of healing the trauma, then this potential career path, that's all it's going to remain. It's going to remain a potential. It's not going to be a viable option any longer. So this is an opportunity for you, Albert, to really tap into yourself and to see what's the driving, motivating factor. Because if you do actually go there and you look there, the potential path that's being shown to open up for me is where you're a healer. Where you are going to, it's almost like, think of like the next iteration of healing our own hurts is where we then, because the degree in which we can heal our own hurt is, let's say, the degree in which we can help others heal their hurts as well. It's like the degree in which we love ourselves is the degree in which we can accept love and feel love from other people around us, right? Because all love begins with self-love. So the degree in which we heal ourselves is going to be directly correlated to the degree in which we can heal others. I'm being shown that if you go in, if you go within, if you go deep, if you go really fucking deep, you are going to be not just healing yourself, you're going to be healing generational trauma that you yourself have. And then that is going to facilitate you in you becoming a healer for other people as well. But again, it's just a potential. So this is not a yes or a no. I know you asked probably like thinking it was going to be a yes or no, like am I going to have success in the industry? But the higher version of yourself wants you to be pursuing it. And this is not to dissuade you either. I want you to understand that. But it's where the higher version of yourself wants you to know that if you really plan on pursuing success in the Hollywood industry, at least know what you're getting yourself into in advance. And then if you decide that you still want to go into it, go into it. But at least know what you're getting into, okay? So go back, if you haven't seen it, or even if you have, go back for that refresher. Go back, see what Denzel Washington said. Who are some other great people that brought bits and bobs? See what Jessica Simpson said. See what Rose McGowan said. They're all in different previous AMAs that I have done. Go back and see what they have shared. If you haven't seen the video that I've done on Hollywood, hop in the time machine, go back. That video is like a year old at this point. Go back and watch it. If you want to pursue it, at least really, really know what you're getting into, because then if you know what you're getting into, the trajectory is going to change because free will reigns supreme. Okay, so that's what I have for you, Albert. Hey, Lucky. Sweetie, you're not late, you're right on time. Whenever you make it is right on time. The next person's energy that I have to read is Natalie. And Natalie wants spiritual guidance for 2024. Okay, so thank you for all of the hearts. I love it. I love looking up and I love seeing all of the pretty little emojis flashing by. It just gives me all the feels. Thank you guys. I love it. Thank you. You guys are spoiling me rotten on my birthday. Cat Williams, is he good? Is he a comedian that's been going up against? So I'm not writing anything down at this time. Lucky, either email it to me or put it through on the contact me page on my website, anyone that you want me to look into. Because right now I'm kind of like in one mode and I don't want to like switch out of it and go into a different mode, okay? Okay. Oh, I'm loving all the celebratory little emojis. Thank you guys. Okay, so we're going to look into spiritual guidance for Natalie for 2024. Get ready for your life to, the way it's being shown to me is, imagine you're on here in California we call them freeways. In the rest of the country they're called highways. But imagine, if you will, you're traveling on a highway. Thank you, Lucky. Thank you, sweetheart. Imagine you're traveling on a highway and there's an exit on the highway. But the way that the exit looks is, it's not like, think of the traditional exit, they're to the right, right? Like if you're getting off of a highway, you typically will, at least here in the United States, you're going to get off on the right-hand side, right? What's being shown to me is there's actually an exit on the left-hand side of the highway, and it goes like this. So the highway is going straight, 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 and there's an exit on the left, and it goes like this. So it's already on a different side, and it then loops up, not like on a roller coaster, it's kind of like an overpass. It goes over the highway and it goes in a totally different direction. So Albert, I'm going to look at your message in a minute. What I'm taking this to mean, Natalie, is that there's going to be an opportunity that's going to come up seemingly out of nowhere, because again, it's untraditional. It's on the left-hand side. It's not on the right-hand side. And it's going to take your life in a totally different direction. That's what I have for you for 2024. Let's see what else, if there's anything else that came in. It's showing me that it's going to, it's going to heal a part of you on some deep fundamental level, where it's almost like literally, you couldn't have even seen it coming. It's like it couldn't have been a more perfect opportunity. Oh, because this is what it is. This is what's coming. You're in the process of changing your own personal vibration and leveling up energetically. So when you line up with that next version of who you're becoming, an opportunity that's more in alignment with where you're going, or the version of yourself that you're going to be becoming, it's going to seemingly be coming out of nowhere, and it's going to take you in that whole different direction, because it's not a direction that you're currently energetically lined up with. So it's going to seem like it's coming out of nowhere, out of just nowhere. It's actually not. It's coming out of where the alignment that you're tuning into next. And it's taking you in a different direction, because it's taking you in the direction of where you're energetically lining up with. You're in the process of ascending, and with that ascension is going to come an opportunity that's going to be very, very healing, and it's going to take you in a totally different direction than the one that you're currently on, because it's a totally different energetic level than the one that you're currently at. So that is what is coming up for you for 2024. Holy fucking hell, does that sound amazing for you, Natalie? So you got blessings coming your way, girl. And just continue, this is what's also coming in right now. Continue to stay on your own personal high vibration journey, because that's what's going to best help get you lined up to the next version of yourself, and it's going to help you line up with the version that you're turning into next, okay? Find your bliss and exploit that shit, right? Like, this is the one thing that we can exploit in the 3D, carte blanche, our bliss. Find your bliss and exploit that shit, because that's going to help you line up with who you're becoming, Natalie. Okay? I'm going to catch up with some comments here. Albert, I totally get what you're saying. I saw what you said on Denzel Washington. I've been trying to reach this success for a while, and now I'm questioning myself if that's the path for me. I think the reason that you're questioning yourself is because you're actually in the process of changing your own energy. You may no longer be an energetic match for the industry, because it's a trauma-based industry. So it's because of the fact that it's a trauma-based industry. What does that mean? It's a lower energy, it's a lower vibration. You're in the process of raising your own personal energetic blueprint right now, and that's why you're questioning it. It's starting to dissipate because it's starting to not be an energetic match for you any longer. I've wanted it as a kid, but now it's more of completing that task. Even though cinema has always called my attention, I'm curious what my other path is. Healing. What was shown to me is if you go into the root cause of the trauma that was originally lining you up with being an energetic match for that industry, what's on the other side of that is being a healer of some kind. Because what was shown to me is if you decide to go into your trauma, you're going to go deep into your trauma, and you're going to come back. It's almost like it's showing me, and I'm not saying this to scare you, it's coming through this way as a visual representation, where you're going to go into the bowels of hell to find the pieces of yourself that you've abdicated and left behind. And then who then better to help other people that need to go into the bowels of their own personal hell as well, to excavate and call back pieces of themselves that they've abdicated and left behind. So you're going to be like what I was talking about before, like certain people are a match for the visceral experiences. We need to go into the bowels of hell to find who we are and to find ourselves. So you're going to be a specific kind of a healer for those kinds of people that want to go deep, that want to go into the bowels of hell and call back the pieces of themselves. Because we can't, like, if that's the kind of person somebody is, they can't do with a Mickey Mouse healer. They can't do with like sunshine, butterflies, and unicorns. It's not going to resonate. They need somebody that knows what it's like to go deep into themselves. So you have another potential career waiting in front of you, Albert, that's all about healing. You're welcome, Natalie. It is powerful. You're going to have a powerful 2024. I'm excited for you. Lucky, may I get in on the list for reading? I know I may be late. Okay, so the way that it's working for the readings is, because it's in energetic exchange, right? And this is what I do in the 3D. This is my profession. For somebody to get a personal energy read, I'm asking for some sort of a super chat or a super thanks with some sort of a monetary value assigned to it, because it's an energetic exchange, right? And yes, you can still get in, there's still time. I think you're going to be the last one. I want to save time to talk about the topics that I have for the next AMA. I want to save some time for that. So Lucky, you're going to be the last one, because guys, correct me if I'm mistaken, but I saw Goldie gave me her name, but I don't know if there was if there was a super chat or a super thanks or anything like that. So let me know if I missed that. I'm going to read Goldie first if I missed that, and if not, Lucky, if you still want to get in, then you know what to do, and I'm going to save some time to look at the topics for the next AMA. I have enough topics for 2 AMAs as of right now. But they're juicy. I started to look into them. I started doing some channeling. They'd be juicy fucking topics. Holy fucking hell. Jenna, ooh, it's definitely hell. I almost forgot about that part. Worth it though. I would agree. Albert, I love that. Thank you, Faye. I'm curious on what this year has for me. This is a year. This is what's being shown to me is it's a year of contrast for you, Albert. So the universe is going to continue to bring in contrast for you to sift and sort through to explore what vibe are you vibrating at. So this is going to be a year of contrast. And here's not all contrast is bad. It's I'm not in the business of fear porning, right? It's not to say that you're going to have like a catastrophic year. Not everybody needs a catastrophic year to help them decide what path they want to go on. It's just to say this is going to be a year where there's going to be a creation of contrast for you, so that way you can start to decide where you want to be aligned and what path you want to go on. That's what I see for you for 2024. Okay, so Lucky is saying yes, I will definitely do a super sticker. In the interim then, why don't I start to talk about who I have. A crystal fell, no, a notebook fell. It's real life over here, guys. Okay. Why don't I talk about what I have for the next AMA? Kristen, thank you so much for my reading about my wonderful mom. Blessings and love to you. Thank you, Kristen. I'm glad that it resonated and it brought a sense of comfort to you. So this is what I have for the next, oh shit, I have a fucking ton. Okay. This is what I have for you. Natalie, oh yes, your AMA. Thank you. I'm glad that you are enjoying my AMAs. Okay. I got science and spirituality and understanding the self, increasing our feminine energy, Peter Falconio from Australia, Nicole Bulley, who I've looked into, but I can't find the notebook in which I looked into her. So here, basically I'll tell you what I have, because I remember what I have for Nicole Bulley, but I forgot to add it to the last AMA. She's a woman that disappeared in England, and then she was found as if she like fell into the water or something. This is not what I saw. What was shown to me, it was a crime of opportunity. There were 2 men that were in that general vicinity or in that general area that had seen her. And they actually, thank you, Lucky, they actually had taken her. And that's the reason that her body wasn't found for a long time. The reason that they were actually able to get out of there unseen is they have some sort of almost like a workman's truck. They had like a white workman's truck. Maybe they were like not day laborers, but they were like house painters or house repairmen. They had taken her from the path that she was on. They threw her into the back of the truck and they took her to another location. And the 2 of them were arguing between the 2 of them. What did they want to do? One wanted to off her and leave her somewhere. Not like where she was going to be discovered, like in like a location where there was concrete being poured. Because I had seen at the time a very real possibility where she wasn't going to actually be discovered. The other one was saying, no, we can't do that, we can't do that. So that one apparently is the one that had won out, because some amount of time later, she was discovered in the water, but further down. So what was shown to me about that is the one that was like, no, we can't do that, was like the water will hide all of the evidence of the crime, and they dumped her in it in the middle of the night where nobody actually had seen what had happened. That's what I have for you on Nicole Bulley, because otherwise she was going to follow me forever and ever and ever until I could actually talk about that. Tay, oh, hold on, I have comments. I don't want to get off track, hold on. Let me keep going. Saint Germain, the Tylenol, I don't want to say the word, off-worlding people. Hi, Min Lee. I looked into her also, but I forgot what I saw. I got to find the notebook. Trevor Noah, Charlie and Dixie D'Amalio, Tyler Christopher. So guys, you really can tell I keep a running list. I don't, it's not like, oh, I can't make access, I can't make contact, I'm never gonna look at them again. I keep a running list. Anderson Cooper's mom, Shannon Doherty, Halle Berry, Ryan Phillippe, are the off-worlding of people more prevalent now, or do they just seem so because of news and social media? Idaho 4 update. Rothschild family, with Nikki Hilton marrying a Rothschild. Timothy Chalamet and Armie Hammer. Charles Whitman, Rick Nelson plane crash. Metallica and the members. Doug, Sam Death, I'm not sure what I wrote there. Why did Betty Page retire? What happened to Lark Voorhees? The Las Vegas pow pow powing. Maui fires. Harold Holt, Australia Prime Minister. City Data and Lipstick Alley. It's like some website forum, I think. Was Dr. Dre replaced? The Beckhams. Russell Crowe. George Carlin, country music, Florence Ballard from the Supremes, Eugenia Cooney, Goldie Hawn, Kurt Russell, Kate Hudson, and Sarah Michelle Gellar, Gordon Ramsay, Somerset Belanoff, I'm not even close to done, Chris Brown and Rihanna, Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi, Coco Chanel, Reese Witherspoon, Pussycat Dolls and Nicole Scherzinger, Megan Good, Spice Girls, Nicolas Cage, Sophia Richie, Adam and Eve, Georgia Tam, Avicii, Starforts and Fairmont Hotel, Chavo Guerrero, Metatron, Odin, Cardi B, female rap movement and sexuality infused into it, Chris Brown, Zendaya, and other so-called clean-cut artists, Denise Richards, Shannon Elizabeth, Alicia Silverstone, Josh Hartnett, Mary Louise Day, Singing and the Energy That Changes, Ciara, Kate Beckinsale, Who Are the Anunnaki, Emma Watson, Jimmy Fallon, rapper, oh crap, what did I write? Rapper Eve and her husband, is he her handler? Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds, Kelly Rowland, Leslie Nielsen, Karsten Spohr, who's the CEO of Lufthansa, Quentin Tarantino, David Icke, infidelity and notable people that have committed it who blew up their lives because of it. Latent powers and abilities. Is Tarot bad? Adele, Rebel Wilson, Tina Turner, Mariah Carey, Shia LaBeouf, Elijah Wood, Chadwick Boseman, Anna Wintour, Kesha, Nick Cannon, Kevin Spacey, Stephen Colbert, Usher, Ben Stiller, and 50 Cent. Okay. Now, I'm not sure if the person who had asked me is tuning in right now, but if you have asked a question, thank you for all the hearts, guys. If you have asked a question and I haven't commented, if you brought me a topic and I didn't mention it, it's because I already looked into it. Okay, so mixed in here, like I looked into Jake Gyllenhaal already. I looked into Ariana Grande one time. I looked into Nicki Minaj. I looked into Bono. I looked into Christina Ricci. I looked into Kirsten Dunst. I looked into Wendy Williams, who will in fact be getting her own video. I looked into Tiger Woods. I looked into Meryl Streep. So if you have asked a question and I didn't specifically call them out in the topics, it's because I've already looked into them. Is there anything else I looked into that no, those are all from the last AMA then. Okay, so, but again, guys, I love it when I'm busy, so you can totally bring me more topics. I like to have more than less. But you guys, as of right now, I probably have enough here for 2 AMAs. But I know that you guys love the AMAs. I don't plan on stopping them at any time. Okay, Laura, my God. Beth, wow, so much great content coming up. So excited. Here's as Jamara so eloquently put it. The shit that goes on behind the veil is way more fucking entertaining than any of the shit Hollywood is pumping out. And the best part is, it's real. Okay, let me catch up on some comments here. Lucky, I'm so embarrassed. That's all I could. Don't even, Lucky. Thank you for the hearts, guys. That's all I could afford. I kept getting declined for higher amounts. Don't worry about the reading. I feel awful. I love you, Lucky. Girl, at the next at the next members live stream, I got you, okay? Consider what you did today a birthday present. I got you. Unless it's time sensitive. If it's time sensitive, don't worry about it. Let me know what you want me to look into down below, okay? Don't even, seriously. Tay, I'm so curious on a reading about the Idaho 4, not for me, but for a suggestion if you haven't already. I could be wrong. So I did a reading on the Idaho 4. Look into, check out my playlist on true crime. There's a reading on Brian Koberger. But I have, at some point I'm going to have to actually get to it. I had an update on the Idaho 4. Again, I can't find the notebook that I did it in. Because I have notebooks flying. Like because I channel so fucking much, I need to have notebooks all over the fucking place. It's in one of them. I just haven't actually like had the time to like go through all of my notebooks flying around the universe to like find the one that I had written about the Idaho 4. I'll get to it one day, okay? I promise. Jenna, I gotta peace out. Enjoy your birthday dinner, darling. It's been I love you, Jenna. Thank you for the birthday wishes and the birthday vibes and the super duper amazing birthday super whatever that is. I have no fucking clue what it is. Again, I don't know if it's a super chat, a super thanks, a super sticker, but I love you. Thank you. Oh, it must be a super sticker because it's literally a sticker there. Duh! Blonde hair Faye is totally embracing her blonde hair vibes today. Thank you, Jenna. Deborah, at Lucky, at least you have that available. I don't even. Deborah, you made it to my birthday celebration. You cannot put a price tag on that. That's fucking priceless. Are you here? Are you sharing in the positive vibes and the loving energy that we're all exchanging here? You can't put a price tag on that, Deborah. You made it, and that's what counts. So please, don't even. Jenna, oh my good. Betty be a good one. It be a fucking fantastic one. Lucky, oh Deborah, I understand. I really do. Times are hard. I know, guys. And seriously, even the fact that you're here and you're showing up and you're sharing in the beautiful energetic exchange that we're all embraced, that's really, honestly, it's all that matters, okay? Deborah, wow, that's a great lineup, Faye. Can't wait. I can't wait also. I mean, I tend to get testy if I don't have topics to look into. So praise be, I have ample topics to look into. I like that. Beth said, bye, Jenna. Laura, my God, yes. Beth, well, I read that one already. Wow, that's a lot. Deborah, sending you a virtual hug. Oh, thank you, Lucky. The Philadelphia experiment that you asked me look at. I have other pages in my notebook. It's in a different notebook, actually. I have in a different previous notebook another subsequent list as well, because everything gets carried over. I don't ever forget about the topics that you have asked me to look into. Thank you for reminding me, Lucky. I got to go back and find that other notebook so I can carry that one through as well. I love you guys, Deborah. Aw, thanks, Lucky. I appreciate that, hun. Hugs back to you. Tay, holy crap. Natalie, whoa, I'm really curious as to what you channel for Coco. I haven't looked into her yet. I have read a couple of books on her life and it's quite interesting. Let's see what we get on her at the time. Lucky, okay, thank you. Now I can't wait. So again, Lucky, if it's time sensitive, let me know, okay? If it's time, here's the thing, because we're running out of time too. This is time sensitive as well. Lucky, if it's time sensitive, drop me an email, okay? Otherwise, you're gonna be the first person that I'm gonna read in the next members live stream. Albert, so excited for the upcoming AMAs. Yes, more live. I know, I'm loving this, by the way. I had a great time. So I think I'm gonna start doing these on an ongoing basis as well. Because I get to hang out with more of you. I get to interact with more of you. And I'm sorry, but what's not to love about that? Nothing. Thank you for all the feels. Thank you for the hearts, guys. Deborah, have a good evening. Jenna, hope to see you soon. Beth, thank you for spending your birthday with us. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Love to all. Bye, Beth. Thank you for coming to spend your time with me on my birthday. Tay, sweet, thank you. Deborah, 100% priceless, and thanks. This is your home. If you guys are here, you're part of the tribe. And that's all that matters. That we're all a vibrational match and we all have each other. So, Jamie, hey Faye, I have some issues. I emailed you. I saw it actually pop up as a notification. I will respond to you, Jamie, okay, love? Lucky, it's not time sensitive. Okay, thank you. Lucky, I got you, girl. You know I'm not going to leave you hanging, right? That's not my vibe. I don't do things that way. Deborah, it feels like home. Finally, I'm giving you a big fat motherfucking juicy hug. Thank you, Deborah, for saying that. It feels like home for me too. And that's why I want to spend my birthday with you guys. Like, again, who do we spend our birthday with? We spend our birthday with our close friends and our family. And you guys are my YouTube family. So yeah, fucking duh, I'm going to spend part of my birthday with you guys. Jamie, thank you. And thank you all. This is the best fucking fam ever. I could not agree with you more. Deborah, I feel it. I felt it. That's energy, baby. People are like, how can you read somebody's energy if you're not in the same room as them? That's not the way that energy works. Jamie, hi, Lucky. Deborah gave me chills because I sent a booster pack with it. It was just power. It was potent. Lucky, hi, Jamie. You are right. This fam rocks. I couldn't agree with you more. Anne, have a great, happy birthday. Thanks. You're welcome, Anne. Thank you. And if you haven't, go back. I don't know what time or what segment it was. Go back. You'll find what I had said for you. Okay, honey? Deborah, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday and many, many more. Thank you. And however many times I choose to incarnate is how many birthdays I'll get to have. And that's the wild thing. Who the fuck knows what's going to happen when I cross out of this body? If I'm going to be like, peace out, y'all, or if I'm going to be like, I still got work to do on the earth plane. We don't know. But I promise you, if I found you all in this lifetime, if we are back here at another incarnation, if we need to come back for another incarnation, if we make the decision to, we will find each other. Jamie, thinking my dad said hi last week. One bulb on Christmas light turned blue. It was the coolest thing ever. Do you remember what we said, that when they cross over, they can mess with the electronics? That's what that was. Belladonna, enjoy your B-Day with your son. Thank you, love. Deborah, enjoy your dinner this evening with your son. Tell him we all said hello. I think he's going to fall on the floor. Because I think he thinks the work that I do is just the coolest fucking thing ever. And he's going to be like, they said hello? Really? Lucky, I have a ton of work left. LOL. Let's talk about that. Not like now, no. Let's talk about that in the next members live stream, okay, love? Oh, by the way, because we're kind of wrapping it up, I'm just going to remind everybody, until sometime tomorrow, I don't know exactly when, until sometime tomorrow, 24%, because it's 2024, 24% off all services on my website. No coupon code necessary. I temporarily have lowered all of the prices. 24% off all services on my website until sometime tomorrow. Probably tomorrow afternoonish PST. I want to give you guys as much time as possible to get in if you haven't gotten in. And I want to give time for the replay crew also that are going to watch this to get in on that sale if they want to. And there's new services and new readings up there as well. Okay, let me catch up on some messages. You're asking me what my moon and rising in is, Albert? Melina, happy. Thank you, Melina. Thank you for catching us, love. Kirsten, my mom is making the afterlife sound so wonderful. She actually did a good job of representing what it's like. The afterlife is so fucking wonderful. And Kristen, if you haven't seen the video that I've done, it's not a standalone video. It's I think there's three topics, and I don't remember what all of them are, but there's a video, I have it from a couple of months ago on the afterlife. I almost want to say it's maybe like the afterlife and, was it like, gosh, I don't even remember. I have a video on the afterlife, okay? If you haven't seen it, or even if you have and you forgot it, go back and watch it, because wow. The afterlife is so wonderful. And also go back and watch the video on Jesus if you haven't seen it, or if you need a refresher. Like, it's, the afterlife is so wonderful. So your mom did a good job of representing it appropriately. You're welcome, Anne. Jamie, can't wait. Deborah, is he gifted as well? Has to be, it's in his DNA. He is gifted differently, because we all have different gifts and abilities. But I think it's also, he's gifted because he's being raised understanding the way that energy works. And if something, we'll sometimes go somewhere and he'll be like, Mom, I don't like the energy here. And we leave. I honor and I respect the way that he feels. So I think for him to just even be raised with the awareness of listening to his own internal guidance system, and if something doesn't vibe, not to go down that road, is also a gift. Jamie, gonna go try to figure out this issue. It was awesome to see everyone. Love you all. I love you, Jamie. Thank you for coming and spending so much of your time with me on my birthday. Albert said, okay, Capricorn Sun, Leo Rising, Leo Moon. Can't you tell with the hair? Leos and our hair, it's our crown, it's our pride and it's our joy. So my head of hair, right? Even if it's not long, it's still my pride and joy. Deborah, it was nice to meet and chat with you. At Jamie McKellar, hope to see you later. Take care. Lucky, oh my God, yes, the afterlife video is amazing, isn't it? Fucking hell, Lucky, this is, again, thanks to you. You gave me the idea to go to rewatch my old videos. I go back and it's like, I have all the feels. I'm like, oh my God, like, I love watching my old videos. Kristen, I definitely will. You're in for a treat. And Kristen, please, after you watch the video, comment in it and let me know how you enjoyed it, okay? And what else do I want to say? Lucky, yes, the different things you can do. On the other side, it's like a bazaar. It's amazing. We're going to start to wrap this up, not because I don't want to stay here talking to you guys forever, because I genuinely, like, for the next regular channel live stream, I'm going to have to start at like 10 a.m. I'm going to have, instead of just juice, I'm going to have a provision of snacks laid out so I can snack throughout the entire thing. I'll start at like 10 a.m. and we'll just stay on and we'll just vibe, because it's fucking fun. Albert, Leo rising too. Pisces Sun and Gemini Moon. Maybe that's why I want to be an actor. You know what? That actually makes a lot of sense. Kristen, thank you. You're welcome. From one Leo rising to another Albert, I send much love your way. Now, I just got a message that my son is going to be here in exactly 12 minutes. So I'm going to get off in exactly 5 minutes. So where I am, it is 4:07 p.m. I'm going to stay on until 4:12 p.m. Oh my God, you've been on for 4 hours? No way. Yeah. I think you've been here for 4 hours too. And you know what? I've loved every second of it, because this is my purpose in being here. Let me tell you something, Deborah. I did not go through the motherfucking bowels of hell to get stripped bare of everything I am in this incarnation if it was not to find my meaning and purpose and to live it. Because it was not fucking worth it otherwise. Spiritual awakenings are not fucking fun. That shit, it had to have been for something, because otherwise I need to have a serious conversation with my guides and the highest version of myself, why I would agree to go through that if it was not for my highest good. I may be a glutton for some punishment, not that much fucking punishment. Deborah, good night, happy birthday, love you and chat with you soon. When is I think you meant AMA. Holy fucking hell, who knows? I certainly don't know. I need to hop into a time machine and go into the future and see when the next AMA is, because as you saw, you guys have brought the goods for me. It'll be a while. I have the next video, the weekly video for next week. It's not recorded, it's channeled. For both my members and the regular channel, I have, again, not recorded, but I have the next videos up. After that, I don't know. I'll see if any of the topics you guys have asked me to look into are long enough that they merit their own video. Natalie, thank you so much, Faye. This was such an awesome live. Have an amazing time with your son. Many blessings to you. Bye. Have a great evening, everyone. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you for spending your time with me on my birthday. This was more than I could have possibly have asked for. Yes, I knew you meant AMA. I don't know. It'll probably be a while, because even though there's a lot of content there, at a certain point I have to kind of like I energetically like shut myself down, and I'm like I get tired of looking into all of those various energies, and at a certain point, thank you for the hearts, everyone. At a certain point, I'm like, you know what? I'm done now. And then I'll shut myself down, and then I usually record it like a week or so later. I'm not nearly there, because I just started looking into topics right now, and it's a lot, so I'm pacing myself. I'm leaving room for magic to come in. I'm leaving a lot of space for any of the topics that I'm looking into to be long enough that they're going to become their own standalone videos. I'm not going into it with a sense of like expectations. I'm just kind of like I'm leaving room for the magic, as one would say. Even though I kind of hate that expression, it kind of is apropos and it kind of applies here. Lucky, good night, everyone. Sending love and hugs your way, Faye. Happy birthday. I love you, Lucky. Thank you so much, darling. Candace, thank you so much. Enjoy your evening and dinner. Happy birthday. Thank you, Candace. I love you very much. Thank you for spending your time with me on my birthday. I'm going to start to say goodbyes because it's time. Not because I couldn't stay on and talk to you guys for another couple of hours. The next time I do this, I promise I'm going to start earlier in the day. I'm going to have lots of ample snacks with me so I can stay on even longer and enjoy this, because I fucking love this. But thank you, seriously, guys, for everybody that's here. Thank you. Thank you for spending your time with me on my birthday. This was more than I could have ever possibly have asked for and anticipated. It was, thank you for all of the hearts, guys. It was honestly, this was more than really honestly more than I could have asked for and more than I anticipated. Sarah, have you looked into Sharon and Ozzy Osbourne? No, I haven't looked into them yet. If you want me to, send me an email, or again, go onto the contact on my website and you can send a message over there, okay? Not goodbye, peace, see you later, ciao Bella. Right back at you, love. Seriously, guys, thank you. This was a wonderful way for me to spend my day. Thank you to you guys for being my SoularFlow soul family and my YouTube family as well. I'm going to remind you, as I always say, like attracts like. So if you are here, it's because we're all vibing at this beautiful, we're all vibing at the same beautiful energetic frequency. So the best that you see in everybody that is here is what's being reflected back to you. Because if you're here, it's because you're an energetic match. So whatever it is that you love about this group, it's because you already have that inside of yourself. It's not without, it's already within. And it's within, and that's why you're here. So you need not do anything than what you're already doing to be raising your vibration, because you're here, and that means you're raising your vibration, because this is a high vibe group. So thank you all, and please keep that in mind and give yourself a pat on the back. If you've been here for close to 4 hours, give yourself a pat on the back, because you're fucking awesome that you stayed here for almost 4 fucking hours. If you've been here for 20 minutes, give yourself a pat on the back that you chose to spend your time in your day with me, because that's fucking awesome. And I appreciate each and every one of you that are here. You are welcome, Deborah. I love you guys. Thank you all for being such a beautiful and integral part of making this day as wonderful as it has already been. And I love you. And that's all I want to say. And I think you know what I'm going to end with. It's what I end all my videos with, because it's the ultimate reminder. Stay in the high vibration. Because the goods are all on the other side of lining up with the highest version of ourselves. So find your passion, find whatever lights you up and makes you high vibe, and exploit that shit mercilessly. And with that in mind, I love you guys. Thank you all so much. All the hearts and all the loves that you're sending at me, please know that I'm sending them back to you as well. I love you guys, seriously. Thank you for being here with me. Happy birthday from me to you as well. It's all of our birthday, okay? So go get yourself a piece of fucking chocolate and you enjoy that shit. I love you guys. Bye.